The Asus ROG Xbox Ally X is a fascinating little device because while it's being sold as a sort of handheld Xbox, it's actually more of a sequel to last year's incredible Asus ROG Ally X. But the Xbox side of it can't be ignored because it is the first device to launch with support for the new Xbox full screen experience. This allows the handheld to boot straight into the Xbox app without loading Explorer or any of the non-gaming related background tasks that typically load when you boot up Windows 11. In a lot of ways, this partnership feels like Microsoft's response to the rise of Steam Deck and the Steam OS, and for the first time since 2022, it might actually have something. So while we would hesitate to call the Xbox Ally X an Xbox, no matter what Microsoft's marketing claims, it does feel like a clear evolution of handheld gaming PCs and a sign of what's to come once the full screen experience launches for all PCs sometime in 2026. Either way, the Xbox Ally X is the new benchmark for handheld gaming PCs for the foreseeable future. Ever since the Steam Deck came out, most handheld gaming PCs have looked very similar to each other. They've been essentially rectangles with a big screen in the center and controller buttons on the sides. The Xbox Ally X also fits this, but with a twist. 2 jutting plastic grips meant to emulate an Xbox controller. After using the device for about a week, we can see the vision. Because despite the Xbox Ally X weighing more than the original Ally X, it's even more comfortable, and that older handheld was no slouch either. That's because the weird controller fits more naturally into your hands and avoids the problem some of the other handhelds run into, where they start to dig into your hands after a little while. The Xbox Ally X is slightly larger than the original, measuring 11.42 inches long, 4.76 inches tall, and 2 inches thick at its thickest point. It's also slightly heavier, weighing in at 1.58 pounds compared to 1.49 pounds on the 2024 Ally X. But despite the larger size, the two devices have nearly identical button placements, save for a few radical changes. For one, the Armory Crate button is now on the left side of the display, and pressing it brings up the Asus Control Center tab, but within the Xbox game bar. Then, on the right side of the display, what used to be a button that focused on the Armory Crate app is now a library button, which just brings you to the library section of the Xbox app. That Armory Crate button on the left is an odd one though. While yes, it does open the control center within the game bar, there is now a larger Xbox button directly to the left of it that also brings up the game bar. Then it's just a simple task of hitting left on the D-pad to enter the control center. Asus could have just trimmed an entire button here, and it would have been fine. The rest of the buttons are what you'd expect on any controller, and they feel excellent across the board. The triggers in particular are a standout. Not only are they Hall effect, but they have the same impulse trigger tech as first-party Xbox controllers. The top of the device is where you're gonna find all the ports. 2 USB-C ports are on the left side of the device, one of which is USB 4.0. On the other side, you'll find a micro SD card reader and a power button, the latter of which doubles as a fingerprint sensor for Windows Hello, and a headphone jack. Hey, look at that. Cooling is handled just like most other modern handhelds. Intake fans suck cool air through the fun-shaped vents on the back of the device and then spit out the hot air through vents on the top. This is effective at dissipating heat, though when the device is plugged in and set to the turbo performance mode, which happens by default, the processor will get warm, reaching up to 80 degrees Celsius in demanding games. The ROG Xbox Ally X has a 7-inch 1080p display with a 120Hz refresh rate and support for FreeSync Premium, AMD's variable refresh rate tech. This is the exact same panel found in last year's Ally X, and that's not a bad thing, because while it's not as beautiful as the Lenovo Legion Go 2's 8.8-inch OLED display, its modest resolution makes for a perfect pairing for the Z2 Extreme. Colors look bright, the display supports up to 500 nits of brightness, and even when dimmed for battery testing, we had no problem using the handheld in a variety of settings, including a brightly lit room. The 120Hz refresh rate also falls a little short of Legion Go 2's 144Hz refresh rate, but not by much. Even then, there aren't many games that you're going to be running at 120 FPS, especially if you're trying to play higher spec games like Cyberpunk 2077 or Expedition 33. Plus, the variable refresh rate makes sure that even when the frame rate drops, and it will drop, things stay as smooth as possible. While the Asus ROG Xbox Ally X is an excellent handheld gaming PC in its own right, what really makes this device special is its software experience. Asus's partnership with Microsoft nets it the first implementation of Xbox full screen experience, which won't be available for other Windows devices until early 2026, which is like 1,000 years from now. With Xbox FSE, you can go through the whole setup rigmarole with the controller. Once you're through the setup process, the handheld boots into the Xbox app. Of course, Game Pass is front and center, and that'll be great if you use that service. But if you hit left on the D-pad and then scroll down, you'll get to the library page. From here, you can go to My Apps and then install third-party stores. Steam comes pre-installed, so you just need to launch it, which will open it in a new window, but it won't take you out of the full screen experience. Likewise, if you install Battle.net, Epic Game Store, or Good Old Games Galaxy, you'll be able to go through those setup processes without ever having to interact with a desktop. However, it is limited to those apps, so you'll need to get to the desktop to download literally any other program. Luckily, getting to the desktop and back to Xbox FSE is easy, but we really wish Microsoft could find a way to work in critical applications like Windows Update to the full screen experience. In so many ways, this full screen experience feels the way PC gaming should feel, especially for folks that didn't like digging through a labyrinthine operating system. Microsoft is close to something as good as Steam OS. It just needs a few updates to get it over the finish line. Last year, the Asus ROG Ally X was exceptionally good because it took the Z1 Extreme processor and stretched it further than other handhelds were able to. The Xbox Ally X does basically the same thing with a Z2 Extreme. Even without the full screen experience, the Xbox Ally X is a powerful little handheld, delivering 42 FPS in Cyberpunk 2077 and 76 FPS in Forza Horizon 5, both at high settings, without ray tracing, and with upscaling set to quality. That's already good performance, but when we tested those games in the full screen experience, performance improved to 44 FPS and 77 FPS respectively. Now, that's not a huge bump by any means, but in the case of Cyberpunk 2077, that's a 5% boost to performance by just booting into the Xbox app. What's more impressive though is how those numbers compare to the Lenovo Legion Go 2, which uses essentially the same chip. In Forza Horizon 5, the Lenovo Legion Go 2 only managed 65 FPS to the Xbox Ally X's 77. That is an 18% improvement. And in the Cyberpunk 2077 benchmark, the Ally X beats the Legion Go 2 44 FPS to 37 FPS, another 19% gap. Even when unplugging the Xbox Ally X, which automatically sets it to a 17-watt performance mode, we're still able to get a solid 30 FPS at high settings in Cyberpunk 2077 throughout our battery rundown test, only really dropping when entering Dogtown. It was always going to lean in Asus's favor just by virtue of having a lower resolution display, even if it's a small difference. 1080p on the Xbox Ally X versus 1200p on the Legion Go 2. The Xbox Ally X isn't going to be as powerful as a gaming console that you need to plug in and connect to your TV, and expecting otherwise out of a portable device like this would be silly. However, with how well it plays even demanding games like Cyberpunk without making them look muddy, makes the Xbox Ally X the handheld to beat right now. There, we said it. There's only so much battery you can put into such a small chassis, and if you want a powerful chip, it's going to suck up as much power as it can. But despite that, the Asus ROG Xbox Ally X is a resilient little thing. When we set a stopwatch and started running down the battery with Cyberpunk 2077, the battery lasted 2 hours and 34 minutes, beating the Legion Go 2 and even tying with the Steam Deck OLED, which has a much lower power chip powering it. We are still in the realm of handhelds only lasting a couple of hours while playing games, but a 2.5 hour session playing a demanding game is nothing to shake a stick at. The Asus ROG Xbox Ally X's price is kind of the elephant in the room. At $999, not only is it more expensive than the $799 ROG Ally X, but it's twice the price of a Nintendo Switch 2 or the Steam Deck. Everything is getting more expensive lately, and while the Asus ROG Xbox Ally is certainly guilty of this too, it's actually pretty reasonably priced compared to other similar devices that have launched in the last year. Just how it is, guys. For instance, the Lenovo Legion Go 2 starts at $1099 with a weaker processor, with the Z2 Extreme model costing as much as $1,479. Then the MSI Claw A8, which hasn't even launched in the US, is out in the UK right now for £850, which is like $1,135, give or take. It's gonna be likely more once tariffs are worked into the equation here in the States. Handhelds are getting more expensive, but for devices with the Z2 Extreme, the Asus ROG Xbox Ally X is actually one of the most affordable right now. Plus, those other devices aren't launching with the Xbox full screen experience, which will put the Xbox Ally X on another level until Microsoft releases it for other Windows PCs sometime next year. The Xbox full screen experience alone would probably be enough for us to recommend the Asus ROG Xbox Ally X to anyone looking for a new handheld gaming PC. But the fact that it is so comfortable to use and performs so well is just the icing on the cake. All it really needs now is a couple of software updates to really refine the full screen experience, and it will be a device for the history books. For more handheld PC gaming goodness, be sure to check out our review of the Asus ROG Ally X, and for everything else, keep it right here on IGN.
The Xbox 360 turns 20 years old on November 22nd, so what better time to look back at the games that most defined the console? The 360 was not only the most successful machine Microsoft has ever made, but arguably the most beloved one too. And for great reason. The second Xbox mixed powerful hardware with innovative, boundary-pushing, and risk-taking software to power a memorable generation that lasted 8 years, longer than any other Xbox so far. I had a front row seat to the Xbox 360 era from start to finish during my time at Official Xbox Magazine and then IGN, so here are my picks for the top 20 games that defined the Xbox 360. One of Microsoft's boldest experiments during the Xbox 360 era was 1 vs. 100, a live game show where most players would be randomly selected to play along in the crowd, while a lucky 100 would be chosen to be in the mob, and a single person would be chosen as the one. You had to log on at specific times to play 1 vs. 100. It wasn't available to you anytime you wanted to fire it up. Microsoft ran it with a live host from a studio in Seattle. But when you joined in for what was literally appointment gaming, you could be rewarded with, in some cases, real-life prizes such as Microsoft points, up to 10,000 of them for the one if they won, which is the equivalent of $125, or free Xbox Live Arcade games. It was a truly unique social gaming experience, emblematic of the creative risks and online bets that Microsoft was taking and making in the Xbox 360 days, and though I was never selected to be the one, I was in the 100 once, and I won 80 Microsoft points, aka $1. I know that might not sound like it was all that worthwhile, but I promise you it was as engaging and memorable as it was short-lived. My proudest Xbox achievements are having all 12 of the possible 12 from 1 vs. 100, because the game is gone and sadly, never coming back. Long before Microsoft paid $69 billion for Activision Blizzard, it shocked the world by purchasing a controlling stake in the Nintendo second-party powerhouse Rare in 2002 for $375 million, the equivalent of over $600 million today. Viva Pinata wasn't the first game the studio made for Microsoft. The fine but forgettable Grabbed by the Ghoulies came first in 2003, before Rare dropped 2 solid launch titles for the Xbox 360 in 2005, Cameo and Perfect Dark Zero. But its first bona fide hit for Xbox was 2006's Viva Pinata, a life sim in which you grew and maintained your garden full of adorable piñata-fied animals. It spawned a sequel, a Nintendo DS handheld version, and a short-lived animated series. In hindsight, it was ahead of its time. It would seem to have great potential to thrive now in a world where Animal Crossing's a massive hit for Nintendo. But even back in the 360 days, it was Rare's first defining moment for its new platform. No Xbox has ever successfully gained a real foothold in the Japanese gaming market, but you can't say that Microsoft never tried. Arguably, the company's biggest push came in the Xbox 360 era, when one of the biggest overtures made to Japanese audiences by the American behemoth came when it partnered with legendary Final Fantasy creator Hironobu Sakaguchi to help fund his new studio, Mistwalker. The two JRPGs created for Microsoft live on in Xbox lore. Blue Dragon, a cartoony adventure with art by another legend, Akira Toriyama, came first, arriving in Japan in 2006 and in the Xbox's home market in the US in 2007. But it's the second game, the darker, more serious, Unreal Engine-powered 4-DVD epic called Lost Odyssey, that showed the rest of the industry that the Xbox could go toe-to-toe with Sony and Nintendo in the JRPG department and wasn't just a Western RPG powerhouse. No one questioned Xbox's RPG credentials after that. By default, every game released for the Xbox 360 during its first few months that wasn't also available on the original Xbox, and there weren't nearly as many cross-gen games back then as there are now, was an Xbox 360 exclusive, since the PlayStation 3 didn't release until late 2006. Among those exclusives was one of the most memorable zombie games of all time. Capcom's Dead Rising, which was produced by Mega Man creator Keiji Inafune, was something we truly hadn't seen before. A AAA game set inside a gigantic mall with literally hundreds of characters on the screen at any given time. And those characters, of course, were zombies. So many zombies. Side note, one of the Xbox 360's most famous achievements, remember, the console invented those too, was the Zombie Genocider achievement that required you to kill the number of zombies equivalent to the population of Willamette, 53,594. Dead Rising was uniquely told on a timer. You had 3 in-game days to complete the story and, hopefully, escape the Willamette Mall. This resulted in numerous possible endings and, thus, ample reason to replay the campaign. Just as memorable was that as photojournalist Frank West, you could turn just about anything in the mall into a weapon. But you also earned prestige points by taking perfect pictures of the insanity around you, which you'd accumulate to level up and have a better chance of survival. Dead Rising was not only one of the defining games of the Xbox 360's first year, but it showed us that the HD era was truly capable of giving us gaming experiences that we'd never had before. Xbox Live Arcade, the brilliant indie-turned-small-scale and indie game publishing program that offered a curated selection of bite-sized games on a weekly basis, who remembers Xbox Live Arcade Wednesdays, did as much to define the Xbox 360 as any AAA game did. The most downloaded Xbox Live Arcade game ever was Geometry Wars Retro Evolved, Bizarre Creations' unlockable Project Gotham Racing 2 minigame that found a second life as a day one debut download on the then-new XBLA platform. Geometry Wars' premise was deceptively simple. Survive as long as you can while blasting larger and larger waves of encroaching enemies. For a lot of gamers, when they think of Xbox Live Arcade, the first thing they think of is Geometry Wars Retro Evolved. PlayStation may have had God of War, but Xbox had Ninja Gaiden. The first in Ryu Hayabusa's modern revival helped legitimize the Xbox as a viable platform for Japanese-developed games, and the Xbox 360 exclusive sequel upped the ante for the more powerful new console. It brought more weapons, more bosses, and more resolution now that Ninja Gaiden was in HD. Fun fact though, the first game natively supported widescreen way back in 2005. Oh, and it also served up a whole heck of a lot more blood thanks to the new dismemberment system. Ninja Gaiden 2's action was far more violent thanks to your new ability to slice off the arms, legs, and heads from your foes. It only augmented an absolutely sublime fast-action combat system, even if having all those additional pixels couldn't quite fix the troublesome camera. Sadly, this would prove to be series mastermind Tomonobu Itagaki's final contribution to the franchise, but at the time, it asserted the Xbox 360 as the place to go for the best of any genre. Odds are, if I say the words Summer of Arcade, it brings up positive memories for you. The annual promotion was a genius bit of Microsoft marketing that sought, successfully I might add, to fill in the quiet summer months that tended to be devoid of major game releases with 4 to 5 weeks of curated heavy hitters in the indie and bite-sized game space. The very first one took place in 2008, and boy did it ever set the tone. Galaga Legions, Bionic Commando Rearmed, Geometry Wars Retro Evolved 2, Castle Crashers, and a platformer called Braid from a then unknown developer named Jonathan Blow. Though smaller in scope than a traditional big-budget game, Braid had every bit the looks and the brains of one thanks to its distinct painterly art style and challenging time manipulation-based puzzles. If everyone wasn't paying attention to Xbox Live Arcade before Braid, they sure as heck were after. It is a double-edged sword that the original Crackdown will perhaps forever be thought of first and foremost as the game that came with the Halo 3 beta. But anyone who bought Crackdown just to get a crack at playing Halo 3's multiplayer for the first time quickly learned that the candy wrapper tasted just as good as the candy bar inside. Crackdown, the brainchild of original Grand Theft Auto creator David Jones, set players loose inside a comic book-esque world as a would-be superhero with no rigid structure. Instead, you had total freedom to go anywhere and try anything in its Pacific City sandbox. That meant that yes, you could make a beeline straight for the top kingpin of one of Crackdown's gangs. You probably wouldn't be powerful enough to take them down at that point, though. You literally got stronger in Crackdown by defeating enemies and picking up experience orbs of different flavors depending on how you took them down, such as with melee combat in a vehicle or with a gun. Eventually, you'd be able to leap tall buildings in a single bound, lift cars over your head and throw them, and more. In a time when there weren't a lot of good sandbox games not named Grand Theft Auto, Crackdown brought something fresh and fun to the table. Why Forza Motorsport 3 rather than Forza Motorsport 2, which was the first entry on the Xbox 360? Easy. Because Forza Motorsport 3 is where Forza passed Gran Turismo as the best simulation racing series in the world. Visually, the series always set the bar high, and its second lap on the 360 kept the pedal to the metal in that department. And the car list was never in question. But what Forza Motorsport 3 added was the rewind mechanic that allowed you to press Y to reverse the action a few seconds if you crashed or took a turn too fast. You could turn it off, of course. Forza Motorsport was always nothing if not customizable, but it added a thick layer of accessibility and approachability to what had always been a pretty buttoned-up, serious racing sim. The rewind feature only added to what I always called the soul of Forza. My vague but I think accurate way of describing the joy and spirit that Forza Motorsport always brought to players, whereas Gran Turismo, for all its simulation racing brilliance, always felt more clinical. Forza Motorsport 3 was Turn 10's turning point where the studio passed the competition and never looked back. Valve and partner Turtle Rock Studios, who Valve acquired mid-development, practically started the 4-player PvE trend in shooters with Left 4 Dead, a brilliant, sometimes scary, and always replayable co-op shooter that had you proceeding through several 5-level-long campaigns, surviving waves of zombie attacks thrown at you by the AI director, while you clamored for each map's limited resources, seeking the shelter of the safe room at the end of each chapter. Its mechanics were simple but fun, and thanks to the director's always changing placement of common and special enemies alike, it never quite played the same way twice. Plus, running an entire campaign only took 60 to 90 minutes to complete, so you and your friends could jump on Xbox Live, have fun together, and feel like you accomplished something by the time you signed off for the evening. It's almost quaint to think about now in our current age of long-tail live service games that try to keep you on a hamster wheel, grinding to the next unlockable or piece of content. But Left 4 Dead both respected your time and made great use of it. Many games have since imitated it, but none have ever topped it. Though Limbo didn't come along until over halfway through the Xbox 360 generation, it is nevertheless the standard bearer for what Xbox Live Arcade was capable of. Developer Playdead's side-scrolling, physics-based platformer told the harrowing story of a boy who, well, no one's quite sure, really. There are many intriguing theories as to what the real story of Limbo is. But what's not up for debate is that Limbo is about as close to perfect as a video game can get in terms of mechanics, art, animation, audio design, and polish. Playdead's next game, 2016's Inside for Xbox One, would prove to somehow be even better than Limbo, but that's a story for another day. It was the perfect rebuttal to film critic Roger Ebert's assertion from 3 months before Limbo released that video games weren't and could never be art. Limbo defined Xbox Live Arcade, cementing Microsoft's already established small games platform as one of the very best things about the Xbox 360. If you were a gamer in the late 2000s, odds are you were either an active participant in the plastic instrument rhythm game craze that Guitar Hero started, or you knew someone who was. Developer Harmonix Music Systems built Guitar Hero, but then sold it to Activision. That's when the developer advanced the exploding genre forward with Rock Band, a 4-player co-op game whose multiplayer experience is truly unlike anything else you've ever played. A singer, guitarist, bass player, and drummer worked together to hit the right notes as they came down the note highway, truly and emphatically delivering a convincing replica of the feeling real-life musicians have when they play together. Rock Band was truly remarkable, not just for its core gameplay and multiplayer alchemy, but also for its commitment to music. Harmonix added to the game's music library with new songs via DLC every single week for 8 years, eventually adding full albums like Pearl Jam's 10, Nirvana's Nevermind, Rush's Moving Pictures, Foo Fighters' The Color and the Shape, and more. Rock Band may not have been exclusive to the Xbox 360, but it was nevertheless a defining game for the console, standing out amongst the even heavier hitters coming up higher on this list that arrived at the same time. Around 30 to 60 minutes into the first-person RPG The Elder Scrolls IV Oblivion, when you first emerged from the dungeon and into the open world for the first time, you spun your character around and your jaw dropped. A truly next-gen, high-definition world was all around you, and in it you could go anywhere and seemingly do anything. That Oblivion dropped so soon after the Xbox 360 launched, just 4 months into the new Xbox's life cycle, and while PlayStation gamers were still stuck on the PS2 that wasn't capable of anything that looked remotely like it, only made Bethesda's first console-on-day-one role-playing game that much more incredible. While the Xbox 360 had a very good launch lineup, nothing at the time, or really in hindsight, made you have to buy the console immediately. Oblivion changed that. You had to get a 360. You had to see this. And the gameplay lived up to the graphics. Oblivion packed dozens of hours of open-world medieval fantasy role-playing, spanning many memorable quests and locations. It was a generation-defining moment. Before BioShock, stories were mostly secondary in first-person shooters. Sure, there was Halo, but that was the wonderful exception to the rule. BioShock, the brainchild of Ken Levine, creator of the emergent gameplay classic System Shock 2, had the depth of a great book, the plot twist of a memorable movie, and the gameplay to match the very best of any action game on the market. It was set in a failed undersea utopia, the city of Rapture, where visionary Andrew Ryan's dream turned into a nightmare. As players discovered Rapture, they found it overrun with creepy monsters as well as curious little sisters and their drill-armed, dive-suit-wearing protectors, the Big Daddies. It's not hyperbole to say that BioShock elevated video game storytelling, and the fact that it was initially released as an Xbox 360 exclusive only helped further define the second Xbox as a must-have entertainment delivery box for your living room. While it wouldn't be fair to say that Fable 2 was the Xbox 360's Zelda, it was a large-scale action-adventure RPG with charm for days and a unique consequence system that would change your character's physical appearance based on how good, or evil, you chose to be. Fable 2, for the most part, delivered on the remaining promises made by renowned game designer Peter Molyneux's first attempt on the original Xbox. No, you couldn't plant a seed and watch it grow into a tree, but you could wander the world of Albion with your trusty dog at your side, battling hobs, leveling up by actually doing jobs, and building relationships. Yes, even romantic ones, with townsfolk. Player choice was at the heart of Fable 2, making it yet another fantastic and unforgettable role-playing game for an Xbox platform that, until the 360 came around, see what I did there? Was known primarily as a first-person shooter box. There had never been and still hasn't been anything quite like Fable, and the series was at its best with Fable 2, its first Xbox 360 entry.
Nico, my cousin! I can't believe it, you're here! Welcome to America! Bravo, Barazzaru!
To say that the build-up to Grand Theft Auto 4's release was a big effing deal would be a colossal understatement. The biggest franchise on Earth was going next-gen, with a brand new game engine and the power of the Xbox 360 and PlayStation 3 to allow for more open-world possibilities than ever before. And while the previous 3D games had all debuted as PlayStation exclusives, GTA 4 would ship day and date on the Xbox 360. But Microsoft wanted more than that. So they paid through the nose for timed exclusivity on both of GTA 4's brilliant expansion packs, The Lost and Damned and The Ballad of Gay Tony. Then Xbox boss Peter Moore even announced this monumental get by repeating his Halo 2 release date trick, rolling up his sleeve to reveal a tattoo of the Grand Theft Auto 4 logo. Suddenly, the Xbox 360 was the best place to play the first next-gen GTA game, and both expansions were so good that I can't imagine that anyone, be it Microsoft writing the check or players picking up the 360 version of the game, regretted their choice.
Come on, go!
On my mark, go. Check your corners.
Shout out to Call of Duty 2, which was a day one launch title for the Xbox 360 and truly started Call of Duty's ascent to becoming the biggest non-Grand Theft Auto video game franchise in the world, but Call of Duty 4 Modern Warfare was the one that really sent the series into the stratosphere. It almost seems silly to say now, but before Modern Warfare, Call of Duty had only ever been a first-person shooter set in World War II. Infinity Ward not only jumped the timeline forward, but everything else too. The stellar single-player campaign was full of shocking moments, while the multiplayer built on top of the fast time to kill the franchise was already known for, and paired with some truly memorable maps to make it a must-play. That this hit just after the juggernaut known as Halo 3, combined with the effortlessness of connecting with your friends on Xbox Live, cemented the Xbox 360 as the place to play multiplayer shooters. Mass Effect promised players a true space opera, a trilogy of games where your choices would affect your relationships with other characters and lead to your own unique outcomes and endings. Your character would import into the subsequent games in the promised trilogy, and in the end, it would be unlike any role-playing game you'd ever laid your hands on. And the first Mass Effect, an absolutely visually stunning Unreal Engine-powered epic from the RPG kings at BioWare, delivered on its end of the bargain. The Mass Effect universe felt lived in, with myriad alien species all interacting with each other at the Citadel, a galactic hub at the virtual center of the universe. You played as a male or female Commander Shepard, a human who becomes the first of their species to be welcomed into the ranks of the Spectres, a group of space sheriffs given incredible power and leeway to protect the galaxy. No one had ever seen anything like Mass Effect before, and the fact that it came from the same development team that gave us the original Xbox-exclusive Star Wars Knights of the Old Republic meant that Xbox truly had some of the world's most talented RPG developers on its side. You know a game is a big deal when its developers can ask Microsoft to double the amount of RAM in the Xbox 360 before the console makes it to market, and Microsoft says yes. Gears of War was perhaps the best-looking action game anyone had ever seen when it released just 11 months into the Xbox 360's lifespan, but it had incredibly weighty third-person cover-based gameplay to match its stunning looks. Gears of War dropped us onto the planet Serra, into the middle of a war between humans and the Locust, an underground-dwelling alien race hell-bent on obliterating humanity. Gears of War is a war story, and while its active reload system, delightfully vicious chainsaw finishing moves with the Lancer rifle, and engrossing team-based multiplayer were all top shelf, it's arguably its empathetic characters that secured its place in gamers' hearts. Marcus, Dom, Baird, and Cole, Delta Squad, really felt like brothers, and we became emotionally invested in their wartime journey. It's no wonder that Microsoft later bought the franchise for $2 billion. The Xbox 360 may not have had a new Halo game on day one, but as the rest of this list has shown, it didn't need it. Still, when the day finally came in September of 2007 for the hugely anticipated Halo 3 to drop, nearly 2 years into the new Xbox's life, it couldn't have been a bigger deal. The original Xbox's Halo 2 had infamously ended on a cliffhanger, and Halo 3 was built to resolve it, throwing plenty more hardware horsepower at Master Chief in the process. Story-wise, it stuck the landing this time, giving players a satisfying conclusion that closed the book on Bungie's trilogy, but not before Chief told us, "Wake me when you need me." Meanwhile, multiplayer picked up where Halo 2 left off, augmenting the best online multiplayer infrastructure with Forge, a new level editing tool that let players build their own maps. In hindsight, this is where Halo peaked in terms of success, popularity, cultural relevance, and impact as Call of Duty took its place at the top of the first-person shooter ladder after the release of the aforementioned Call of Duty 4. But we finished the fight, and the Xbox 360 eliminated any remaining doubt as to its dominance in the games industry.
It's been an honor serving with you, John.
these are our picks for the top 20 games that defined the Xbox 360. Are there any that you'd like to add? Leave them in the comments below, and to the greatest Xbox console of them all, let me say, happy 20th anniversary, and thank you for the countless amazing memories.
It's tough to really wrap your head around 2025 for Xbox. There were some real hits from Xbox Game Studios, fantastic day one third-party launches on Game Pass, then a whole lot of baffling moves as a platform, with multiple rounds of price increases, project cancellations, and layoffs. It was a year that constantly had our collective heads spinning. But hey, if you've been subscribed to Game Pass and playing on your Xbox Series X or S or PC, or anything deemed an Xbox this year, there was no shortage of great games to celebrate. Here at IGN, we voted across several categories for our End of the Year awards, including our shortlist of the 5 best games that landed on Xbox in 2025. And those votes have determined the one winner that represents the Xbox Game of the Year. With exclusives largely being a thing of the past, especially for Xbox, which published some high-profile games on PS5 this year, our contenders are simply what's been available on the platform this year, regardless of exclusivity or publishing status. So let's get to it by first recognizing the honorable mentions that made Xbox's year one banger after another, and then revealing the best Xbox game of 2025. Developer Obsidian had an all-time year with 3 launches in 2025, all of which hit in different ways. It gave a jolt to start the year with a tightly packed fantasy RPG in Avowed to stave off the appetite for a new Elder Scrolls, then brought its co-op survival sequel into early access with Grounded 2, which got off to a great start. Compulsion Games weaved the unique artistic vision into a love letter to the American South with the action-adventure game South of Midnight, while id Software brought us back to hell with a bit of a melee twist on its shooter roots in Doom: The Dark Ages. If Avowed wasn't enough for you, we kicked it like it was 2006 in Cyrodiil with the Elder Scrolls 4 Oblivion Remastered, which reminded us that Bethesda's long-running fantasy series had the sauce well before Skyrim. Then we busted out the notepads and corkboards for the roguelike puzzler Blueprints that hit Game Pass day one, but we also chomped at the bit for more stylish action after Ninja Gaiden 2 Black whet our appetite for Ninja Gaiden 4, which Xbox published for Team Ninja. Oh yeah, there's an Xbox handheld now with the Asus ROG Xbox Ally? Well, sort of. Rather, it's an Xbox-branded PC handheld that is arguably one of the best ones yet. And since everything is an Xbox now, it doesn't really matter where you play these hits. The sheer variety of games that launched under the Xbox banner this year was indicative of how vast and great the medium can be, and none represent that quite as well as our 5 best Xbox games of 2025. It seems that every year has an indie darling that folks rally around loudly, and Hollow Knight Silksong was certainly that game in 2025. The jokes about Silksong never coming out have been laid to rest, and Team Cherry's long development time resulted in a dense, daunting, and satisfying action-adventure, or Metroidvania if you will. While it hit Game Pass on launch, its impressive sales figures and $20 price tag made it the talk of the town, aside from being a wildly anticipated follow-up to Hollow Knight, of course. On its own merits, the dark and foreboding atmosphere matched the gruesome platforming challenges that made exploration more involved than many of its contemporaries. Hornet's traversal mechanics are smooth and had us flowing through Silksong's sprawling web-like map, leading us to some of the hardest-fought battles we've experienced this year. Being smart, nimble, and aggressive against tough and unpredictable bosses is the key to victory, but you have to stay committed and locked in try after try, even if the run back can be grueling. But for as punishing as Silksong may be, it's also frequently adorable, blessed with cute, memorable bug friends like Sherma singing his song, being a precious little boy. Coming off of It Takes Two, which swooped in to take the Game of the Year back in 2021 at the Game Awards, Split Fiction continued developer Hazelight's catalog of great co-op adventure games. Its premise, 2 novel writers trapped in their respective fictional worlds made manifest, paved the way for imaginative worlds and a mashup of gameplay mechanics and genres that was consistently exciting to play alongside a friend. Coordinating with your partner in puzzles, platforming, and high-speed action was a ton of fun as you phase in and out of fantasy and sci-fi worlds. Oftentimes it blends the two remarkably and packs references to reflect where its 2 protagonists, Mio and Zoe, are as creatives. And as any writer knows, that sometimes means they're not really creative themselves. But that's the thing about Split Fiction's message. Art doesn't always have to be good, but it's the process for which art is created that should be respected, and that it can't be treated as a commodity to be manufactured. And just when you thought you had Split Fiction figured out, its finale made for some of the most memorable sequences in recent memory, elevating the experience to become one of the best games of this year. If you haven't played it yet, find a friend, give them that free free co-op pass that comes with the game and see what it's all about. We hadn't heard from the team at Double Fine in quite some time after Psychonauts 2 headlined many best of lists back in 2021, but this year we got a pleasant surprise in Keeper. Playing as a walking lighthouse may not seem too appealing on paper, but the Double Fine charm and distinct art style brought to life a world that was about showing rather than telling. Puzzles had us looking at the environments with intent, and the little interactions we had with the living in a seemingly abandoned world told their own tiny stories without having to say a word. Our review described Keeper as a psychedelic exploration of life packed into a brief runtime, and it's a prime example of what a studio can do when left to its own creative devices. It's easygoing and impactful, and one of the standouts of 2025. Back when we saw The Outer Worlds 2 for the first time in action earlier this year, we could tell it had the makings of a top-tier Obsidian RPG. We liked the original entry well enough, but it was just as much about creating a foundation for a new universe as it was the team trying to separate itself from Fallout while also building on the reputation it earned from New Vegas years ago. With this year's sequel, it was as if Obsidian recognized the shortcomings of The Outer Worlds and addressed almost all of them, ensuring it delivered what the studio is known for: dense, story-driven RPGs with a whole lot of interconnected systems that let you play how you want. There was a concerted effort in improving gunplay and melee combat, which went a long way in making encounters a lot more fun, but it's the deeper progression systems along with intricate level design reminiscent of immersive sims like Deus Ex that made the RPG experience feel so much more dynamic. The game itself observed how you play and offered tangible perks at the expense of some unusually creative debuffs as part of its flaws system, with each one offered based on your actions. Such a system is a microcosm of how The Outer Worlds 2 was better about accounting for your playstyle and showing you the consequences of how you interacted with its world. And with the universe still rooted in a dystopian satire, but with a good crew of companions and a tighter story told across much bigger worlds, The Outer Worlds 2 was Obsidian firing on all cylinders. Perhaps to the surprise of absolutely no one, Clair Obscur Expedition 33 is IGN's choice for the best game to hit Xbox this year. And if you were a Game Pass subscriber, you were treated to one of the best RPGs in recent memory on day one. In its debut as a development team, Sandfall Interactive drew inspiration from classic Japanese RPGs and looked at Final Fantasy X and Persona 5 directly and told its own harrowing story about grief and the sometimes ugly ways it changes us. But while JRPGs are a clear influence, the studio's French roots are significantly responsible for making Clair Obscur what it is, from its artistic vision to its storytelling style, down to the music that both captured the hype of big boss fights and the atmosphere of its magical, painterly world. Like any great RPG, Clair Obscur gave you an intimate understanding of its characters, drawing you in and making you feel for them in their moments of triumph and despair. It's a credit to its strong writing and performances from an incredible cast that Expedition 33 is able to effortlessly pull you through all of the wild twists and turns of its story. There's also a top-tier turn-based combat system with timing-based inputs for attacking and defending.
do with my hands.
Welcome to this world-first look at Forza Horizon 6. I'm Torben Merritt, Design Director for Forza Horizon, and I can't wait to show you what the teams at Playground Games and Turn 10 have been working on.
And I'm Don Arceta, Art Director for Forza Horizon. The Horizon Festival is a celebration of beautiful cars, hit music, and breathtaking locations around the world. And now we're taking you to the place we've wanted to visit for a very long time, Japan.
We designed a campaign that really focuses on your journey. You don't start as a superstar of the festival or a racing champion or even a rookie. You'll start out as just a tourist in Japan. Your first goal is to join the Horizon Festival by completing the Horizon qualifiers. After that, you'll rise through the ranks, unlocking wristbands as you complete races in faster, more exciting cars. At the end of each round, you must prove you're ready to move up by completing spectacular events to unlock your next wristband. These include classic Horizon showcases and our new Horizon Rush events, where you show off your skills on thrilling obstacle courses, like this one at the docks in Tokyo City. When you finally earn your gold wristband, you get access to Legend Island, an exclusive region of the world with unique events, tracks, and areas to explore, and that will be a true accomplishment. Throughout that journey, all of Japan outside the Horizon Festival is yours to explore at your own pace. So, let's talk about the location we've all been waiting for.
Japan is the ideal location for our biggest, most exciting game yet. Full of beautiful landscapes and stunning contrasts of rural and urban, modern and traditional. This is our largest map, full of verticality, diverse biomes, seasonality, and breathtaking driving experiences, elevated by Japan's unique car culture. So we knew from the start that we wanted to deliver the most compelling and authentic game possible. To help us create those experiences in-game, we sought out advice and insight from people who've lived with Japanese car culture their entire lives.
As someone who grew up in Los Angeles and Tokyo, both cities known for car culture, I developed a passion for cars early. I've also worked extensively supporting creative collaborations between Japanese and Western video game studios. Over the course of production, I had many conversations with the team about the nuances and the details of Japanese culture and how to reflect these in Forza Horizon 6. As an example, when we discussed naming options for the player home at Tokyo Docks, we discussed the building number, picking 7 and 8 because those two numbers are considered fortunate in Japan. In fact, these numbers are also part of a well-known Japanese proverb, nanakorobi yaoki, which means never give up.
When our team builds a Forza Horizon game, we focus on the essence of the place, what makes it special and unique. At the start of production, our team traveled to Japan to capture reference for everything. Time lapses of real Japanese skies, photogrammetry of trees and geology, scans of roads and buildings, and things as simple as water kick-up and the way fallen cherry blossoms respond to passing cars. From these references, we then work to capture the soul of those places, adapting it for Horizon's open-world gameplay. And since Japan is home to driving experiences unlike anywhere else, that process begins with the roads. Inspired by the C1 Loop, Ginkgo Avenue, and mountain passes, like Mount Haruna and Bandai Atsuma. Then we layer in the details around them, creating a world where every road leads to discovery. For this game, we've built our biggest urban area yet. Tokyo City is 5 times larger than anything we've designed before, with multiple districts, each with a unique identity. We work to create a city where every road, every corner, and every shortcut is fun to drive and a delight to explore.
Seasonal change in Japan is dramatic, and these changes are widely celebrated in local culture. We've captured that in games so that you'll see those changes reflected in the world around you as you explore. That sense of exploration is at the heart of the game. Everything you find on your road trip in Japan is something for you to collect. Cars, houses, landmarks, mascots, and more, all tracked in your adventure journal.
Japan's car culture is one of the reasons we've been so excited for this location. And Forza Horizon 6 will feature more than 550 cars at launch. Those cars will have new body kits, new Forza Aero, and the ability to paint liveries on windows. We've also fully overhauled our roster to be better balanced across all performance classes, from D to our new top-end R-Class for track-focused cars. We've improved how each car is affected by the world. For example, with new cosmetic tyre wear, so each car responds authentically as you rack up the miles on those iconic Japanese roads. With more cars on day one than ever before, we've also created new ways to expand your car collection as you explore. Parked on driveways around the world, you'll encounter our new aftermarket cars. They're always bargains and include some extremely rare and unique cars to show off in your garage. We're not just bringing classic JDM to life, but also showcasing some of the newest, most exciting cars in the world, and Forza Horizon 6 cover car is one of them. The GR GT is a race-derived road car that combines motorsport performance with road-going excellence. And our game is the ideal place to experience the most modern iteration of Kazoo Racing's relentless pursuit of Japanese engineering perfection.
Our cars sound better than ever, with greater detail and remastered audio, all brought to life by new acoustic modeling technology, simulating the soundscape of the world. Music is a huge part of the Horizon Festival, and we're curating a diverse track list from around the world, including exciting Japanese artists, so you can choose your perfect soundtrack, whether racing, cruising, or drifting. And to complement the visual contrast of our map, we've captured extensive field recordings across all 4 seasons in Japan, creating a rich and truly authentic world for you to experience.
In Forza Horizon 6, you'll have new ways to shape that world with features that let you make a life for yourself in Japan. Our new customizable garages are the perfect place to do that. You'll find one of these at every player house, big enough for multiple cars, where you can freely decorate the entire space. And when you're done, you can invite your friends over to see what you've built. But the ultimate place to express your creativity is the estate. This mountain valley starts off completely empty and overgrown, but once you unlock it, you can build and decorate directly in the open world here, and anything you construct is permanent and visitable by your friends. Our teams are fully committed to Forza Horizon being the open world driving game for everyone. We'll be carrying forward all of our accessibility features from previous games. We'll also be adding in new options like proximity radar for competitive players and auto drive for players who want to lean back and appreciate the world in motion. Our major new accessibility feature is customizable high contrast mode, making the open world of Japan visually accessible to everyone. No matter how you and your friends play, you can customize Forza Horizon 6 so you can play together.
Japan is world-renowned for its car meets, like Daikoku, and inspired by these experiences, Forza Horizon 6 will include new open-world car meets. These are places where you can show off your cars and characters, download tunes and liveries, and even buy a copy of the cars you see. Then head out together to explore, where you'll find classic events like street races and our new Toge battles, iconic nighttime races down Japanese mountain passes. There's more to do in the open world than ever before, with new shared experiences like Horizon time attack circuits. These are seamlessly part of the open world, with no loads, no matchmaking, just a truly social experience with you, your friends, and the in-world leaderboard. Playing together is easier and more rewarding than ever. Forza fans are incredibly creative, making everything from liveries to race events and scenic locations to explore. To support your creativity, we've added the ability to start building from anywhere, as well as loads of other player-requested improvements, all of which are also available in the estate and the customizable garage. We also know you love to collaborate, so in Forza Horizon 6, we're making building fully multiplayer. In Horizon Collab, you and your friends can build anything you can imagine together.
From everyone here at Playground Games and Turn 10 Studios, we hope you've enjoyed this first look at some of the new features we've been working on, and that you're as excited as we are for the game. We'll be launching on Xbox and PC on the 19th of May. If you're a Forza fan on PlayStation, we'll be welcoming you to Japan later this year when our PlayStation version is ready. For now, though, stay tuned for more updates about the game over the coming months. And thanks for joining us. We can't wait to see you in Forza Horizon 6 as we discover Japan together.
皆さんこんにちは。ゲームフリークのゼネラルプロデューサー大森茂です。ここは東京にあるゲームフリークのオフィスです。ビースト・オブ・リンカネーションはかつてない新しい体験を作り出すことに主眼を置いたゲームフリーク独自の取り組みギアプロジェクトから生まれた新しい挑戦です。これまでもポケットモンスターシリーズのほかソリティバ、ギガレッカーなどさまざまなオリジナルゲームタイトルを世に送り出し、常に新しいアイデアや世界観の構築に挑戦しています。ビースト・オブ・リンカネーションはまさに新しい体験ができるゲームです。遠い未来、文明崩壊後の汚れに侵食された日本、そして一人と一匹のアクション RPG というゲームプレイで構築されています。この美しくも過酷なビースト・オブ・リンカネーションの世界で皆さんにも臨場感あふれる冒険を味わっていただくことができればと心から願っています。
これまではポケットモンスターシリーズでバトルプランナーやサウンドマネージャーを務めてきました。ただ新しいゲームに挑戦したいという強い衝動もずっとあったんです。最初は黙々とそのゲームで得られる感覚を自分の心に問いかけることから始めていました。世界観もキャラクターもゲームデザインも決めずに、ただどんな感覚がいいんだろうと探っていました。そうしているうちにぬくもり、頼もしさ、そして寂しさが入り混じったような感覚が最もしっくりきたんです。自分の心に反応しました。隔離された主人公エマとこの世界を一緒に旅していくぬくもりのある相棒クーもその過程で生まれました。
水島からビースト・オブ・リンカネーションのコンセプトを聞いてとても興味を惹かれ、すぐに参加しようと心に決めました。長年ゲームフリークではポケットモンスターシリーズを通じて生き物やパートナーを描いてまいりました。しかし今回のプロジェクトでは過酷な世界を相棒と共に旅をするという体験を目指しています。汚れと呼ばれる寄生植物が蔓延している世界がかつての文明の廃棄を覆い尽くすほどまでに植物が生い茂った過酷な環境となっており、ダイナミックな移動が要求されます。このような経緯で地を張り自由に操ることのできる鶴のような神をエマの能力にすることになり、プロトタイプも出来上がってきました。そしてそれがエマという人物のバックグラウンドとキャラクターデザインを形作っていったんです。
これまでゲームフリークは動植物や自然と真摯に向き合ってきました。形状を自由に変えられて武器のように鋭くなりつつも美しい、そんな中核となるモチーフとして植物を選びました。ただ単に美しい植物を風景で表現するだけではなく、遊びにも植物を取り入れました。しっくりとくるモチーフを見出し、ゲームデザインとモチーフを紐付けることはポケットモンスターシリーズの開発を通じて培ってきた重要なステップです。モチーフが決まった段階でコンセプトアーティストの幸田一馬さんご協力のもと、この世界のビジュアルを形作っていくことにしました。エマとクーの姿を思い描いた時、自然に支配される世界の舞台として日本がぴったりだと考えました。日本の昔から続く山々に囲まれた自然豊かな風景と SF が入り混じった世界をエマとクーが歩く姿を自然にイメージできました。さらに植物をモチーフとした重要な存在として植物と動物が融合した生物でもある腐植体も出来上がっていきました。腐植体のデザインは当時私が注目していたデジタルアーティストの森田裕樹さんにお願いすることにしました。
世界の舞台を作ると同時にエマとクーの物語を作り上げていきました。ストーリーの舞台は西暦4026年の日本です。はるか昔に発生した汚れという名の寄生植物の影響で人類の大半が消滅した後の世界です。エマは腐植体を借り、その汚れを自分の体に封じ込めることができるという特別な能力を持っています。ただそれがゆえにエマは恐れられ、人々が住むコロニーから隔離され暮らしています。エマと彼女の相棒となるクーは日本の東の地で出会います。
また
そのクーの目的がこのゲームの謎の一つでもあります。
名前は何だ？
クーだ。
クーから目を離さない方がいい。
ああ、分かってる。
封じ後エマ、お前に輪廻の獣討伐の命を出す。
都に迫る輪廻の獣を討伐するにはエマとクーの力を強化していく必要があります。そのためにこの世界に存在する強力な腐植体主を討伐し、その力を取り込んでいくことになります。汚れを封じることができるエマにしかできない特別な役目です。腐植体はこの世界の畏怖の対象であり、最も象徴的な存在です。汚れに寄生されて巨大化していった生物たちです。エマとクーが戦う強力な敵です。腐植体は汚れを吐き、その巨体で世界を蹂躙していきました。腐植体の中でもひときわ大きい主と呼ばれる存在は、植物を操り自身の支配地域に汚れの森を呼び出します。汚れの森に入ると周囲の環境がガラッと変わります。手強い腐植体が襲いかかり、プレイヤーの行く手を阻むのです。そしてこの世界にはゴーレムというもう一つの勢力があります。ゴーレムは過酷な世界を生き残るため、かつての人間が魂を機械の体に転送した姿です。2000年の間に凄まじい戦闘技術を身につけましたが、一方で魂は劣化してしまっていて暴走しています。
マとクーはさまざまな人物と出会います。長い旅をサポートするブラッド、カグラであったり、あとはクナイというエマと同じように腐食体を連れた剣士とも巡り合います。
とどめはきちんとさせる。
エマとクーは同じく汚れの力を宿していて、互いにその力を影響させ合いながら戦います。例えばエマが敵の動きを見極め攻撃を受け流すと、クーに力がたまり開花技という強力な効果を持った技を発動できます。そして開花技を放てばさらに次のアクションの選択肢に幅が広がります。例えばある開花技を使うと、エマは彼岸花の大輪を咲かせ、その大輪に跳躍して兜割りを行うことができます。また別の開花技を使えば敵を縛り、エマの強力な闘技を敵に叩き込むことができます。開花技の選択中は時間がスローになり、考える時間が生まれます。ターンベースの RPG コマンドのように考えることになります。スキルを磨くほどにエマとクーの連携は研ぎ澄まされていきます。互いに補い合う関係で2人は常につながっているんです。エマとクーにはそれぞれスキルツリーがあり、エマが行動すればクーに影響を与え、クーが行動すればエマに影響が与えられるようにしました。またエマとクーの親密度が上昇するにつれて装備できるスキルも多くなります。様々なスキルを組み合わせることで独自のプレイスタイルを作っていくことができるんです。さらにエマとクーを結びつける霊秘石や、エマが受け流しを行った際に発動する刀の効果を重ねていくことなどで、より奥深い戦闘ができるようになっています。遠距離だけで戦う人もいれば、ステルスだけで戦う人もいますし、常にエマで戦闘を仕掛ける人もいれば、クーを先行させて戦わせる人もいます。エマとクーでどのような装備でどのような霊奇跡と組み合わせて戦うのか、プレイヤーの皆さん次第です。皆さんがどんな意外な組み合わせを生み出すのか、今からとても楽しみです。
遥か昔に汚れに追い尽くされた美しくも過酷な新たな世界。企画構想から6年間、私たちはこの世界に数えきれない秘密や奥深い魅力を散りばめることに全力を注いできました。全てのプレイヤーの皆さんにビースト・オブ・リンカネーションの世界を体験していただける日が待ちきれません。本作は今年の夏 XBOX、PC、そしてプレイステーションでリリースされます。さらにビースト・オブ・リンカネーションは発売初日から XBOX ゲームパスでプレイ可能です。ぜひウィッシュリストにご登録ください。ゲームフリークが挑む渾身の新作、どうぞご期待ください。
Oh, hello. I'm Tim Schafer, founder and studio head of Double Fine Productions. And this is Elsbeth Larkin, senior tools programmer and junior in-house ceramicist. At Double Fine, we try to take a little time every so often and create quick game prototypes. Anyone in the company can pitch a game idea, and we have a vote on which ones we want to try to make. We forget the projects we're currently working on, basically get amnesia, and we do this for 2 weeks. That's a fortnight. And we build a few of these experimental game prototypes. We call this process Amnesia Fortnight. We've had all sorts of great ideas come out of this process. It's just like this clay. With a little bit of pressure and creativity, something interesting is created that wasn't there before. Our next game came out of Amnesia Fortnight. It's all about encouraging you to create with others, and then use what you create to destroy each other. Don't worry, it's easy to make a new pot if you're playing Kiln, our online multiplayer pottery party brawler. We love to explore new and original ideas here at Double Fine, alongside last year's Weird But Chill game Keeper, featuring surreal and dreamlike exploration. Kiln is the other side of that coin, bringing high-energy, expressive multiplayer action. You'll get a chance today to see how we're continuing to foster our spirit of creativity with this next game. Derek Brandt spearheaded this pitch, and he's here today to talk about this fully realized Double Fine experience he's leading with his team.
Kiln is a multiplayer party brawler and is just as much about the act of trading with your friends as it is fast-paced competitive destruction. We built this game to respond to your creative design choices, as well as your relentless cruelty to anthropomorphized clay pots. I've spent my career as a concept artist, focused on coming up with unique characters and environments at Double Fine. But I also play a lot of action titles, which got me wondering, what would a game look like that included not just the cathartic element of destruction and action, but the equally cathartic act of creation I was familiar with as an artist? I stumbled on the answer one day: what better solution than a pottery wheel? We wanted to give players the ability to create characters out of any shape and to make sure that what you make has a charming, animated personality. You start off as a little helpless, naked spirit. You're not capable of much in this state. Thankfully, you are capable of manipulating clay, and a pottery wheel is the perfect place for the creation of a new body. And when it comes time for destruction, those shapes needed to translate into capable fighters. Pots that can compete in challenges in a way that only pots can. Our game mode, Quench, brings all of that together in a 4v4 combat party atmosphere. You and your friends need to balance your pot's shape and abilities with its capacity for carrying water into enemy territory. Here, you'll navigate through the environment with your team's unique creations. Avoid or destroy incoming enemy warriors. And of course, fill your pot up with water to ultimately douse the enemy's kiln and win the game.
Got him once. Now keep at it.
With Kiln, we wanted to give players what we know they've always wanted from Double Fine. A best-in-class pottery sim, of course. With this strange concept came lots of design challenges, though, because it's a game about pots that have to transform into bespoke ceramic warriors. We had to figure out how to make an art tool, a character builder, and a loadout system all together, while keeping the whole experience approachable for anyone, not just pottery masters. After many iterations balancing simulation with arcade-like simplicity, we landed on a design that lets you feel like a master potter who can easily make any pottery shape you could dream up, even if you've never seen a potter's wheel. It's weirdly satisfying. We've carefully married the clay technology with the behavior of the sculpting tools and controls to make sure anyone can pick it up in seconds. Refine it with sponges, shapers, and straight edge tools to get specific and make it yours. As you sculpt, you'll notice the game recognizing the different shapes you've made. It'll automatically detect when you're shaping things like cups, vases, bowls, and many more.
So that means we had to ask ourselves, if I was a vase, and this vase that I just made was now my body, what can I, as a vase, do?
Every pot in Kiln needs to have a core set of moves fit for a warrior. To run, jump, attack, and roll. They also must have moves fit for a pot to fill up with water and then splash that water out. Each shape has its own unique way of performing these moves. And because your shape matters, the animation team has taken on the challenge of bringing those different pot shapes to life in surprising ways. In addition to these core moves, each shape also has its own special attack, which we push to be the most fun and over-the-top moments in the game. Cups popping popcorn, bottles turning into swords, jugs blaring like megaphones, plates flinging pies. Everyone's shape is doing something different and exciting.
As you fight over the water on the battlefield and try to extinguish your opponent's kiln, you'll have to pay attention to each map's unique nuances. Our mantra of shape matters carries over into our maps. We specifically designed our maps to integrate with how you choose to play and what pot you choose to play as. So you'll see things like secret tunnels that only fit certain size pots and pathways that are only traversable with certain shapes.
You'll fight on fractured, floating pieces of ancient history, like an ancient Greek nightclub fit for Dionysus. It's even got a dance floor. Navigate Athena's giant strategic war map, inflating sponge warriors with water to rearrange the battlefield to your advantage. Fight in the Egyptian god Set's dingy punk venue, complete with a mosh pit where only one pot can emerge unbroken.
Leverage your unique creations. Everything from your size, your capacity to carry water, your speed to cross the battlefield, and other choices you can make will define how you want to approach your playstyle. Do you want a team full of large cups, maximizing your dousing potential?
Go that kiln, baby!
Or a team of tiny ninja saucers ready to quickly smash up anything that gets in their way? Or a unique combination you've discovered that balances power and splashability? If you're skilled enough to end up at the enemy kiln with lots of water, you can unleash a powerful super splash ability that does tons of damage and makes the kiln vulnerable to further attacks, letting you and your team dunk on the enemy kiln to either win big or turn the tide and make a comeback.
And that is how it's done.
At the end of a round, the cycle of creation and destruction loops around again, and now you're back in the wedge, a multiplayer lobby where you can hang at the wheel and make something cool with your friends. You've just earned XP points and chips from battle. Now you can load up on art supplies and expand your pot-making options.
I think of the game being so much about the fighting, but when people play it, they just want to create all day long.
Our decoration system was designed to support your creativity. As we did with the design of the sculpting process, we looked to the Pottery Studio for inspiration. We found ways to translate the experience of adding spouts, lids, and handles, as well as glazing to kiln. Every design choice we made ultimately serves the goal of enabling a near infinite range of possibilities. We can't wait to see what your favorite designs are.
It's all about my pizza party themed small jug. It becomes a drill that can dive under enemies, and it pops up with a special delivery of destruction.
I love a medium jug, a simple handle, a 2-layer watermelon glaze, and I'm ready to bring the good vibes into the chaos.
My favorite is the large vase. It has a UFO-like animation, and it's great for team defense and protecting your bigs.
Hands down, the best pot shape is a small bowl. It's perfect for sneaking past enemies. Plus, its ice cream theme special is so cute.
One of my favorite warrior pots has to be the medium base. It's decently fast for invading enemy players and matches. The decorations really make it shine. A curved elbow spout, Cupid's handle, some spiked charms with a rainbow glaze, and one butt sticker. You can't go wrong with butt stickers.
My favorite pots use the absolute most material possible to make the biggest pots possible. I call it tiny.
Whichever pot you decide to create, whether you're a budding artist or a seasoned gamer, you'll be fulfilling your pottery power fantasies when Kiln launches in spring 2026 on Xbox, PlayStation, and PC. This is just the beginning of the Pottery Party as we bring regular updates throughout the year with expanded decorations, new activities and game modes, and much more. Creating is more fun together. and we'd love your help sculpting this experience. Be on the lookout to throw down with fellow Double Fine fans and join the Double Fine Action Insiders for an even earlier look and a chance to play in our closed beta very soon.
You want me to say it 5 times? That's mean. Am I supposed to? Okay. This game is called Kiln, an online multiplayer party brawler, online multiplayer party brawler. I'll never do it twice. Okay, I can do it again. Online multiplayer party brawler. It's getting better. Online multiplayer party brawler.
Hi, welcome to Playground Games, where I'm thrilled to share our very first deep dive into a game we've been making here for a really, really long time, Fable. Playground Games is renowned for fun, immersive, and visually stunning open-world experiences. Since 2010, we've been developing the Forza Horizon series right here in Royal Leamington Spa, a charming little town in the middle of England. As Horizon has grown, so have we. Over the past few years, we've built a new team to carry that reputation into a new genre that we are incredibly passionate about. Fable is Playground's first open-world action RPG, and we couldn't be more proud to be carrying on the work of the legendary Lionhead Studios, the original creators of the franchise. And although our game is a new beginning, I think what we're making is really faithful to the spirit of the classic Lionhead trilogy that we all love. At the heart of our game is a simple, recurring question. What does it mean to you to be a hero? Our game is about choices and their consequences. It's packed with action, drama, British humour, moral dilemmas, and quite a few chickens. All of this combines in a fairy tale which could only be Fable.
In classic Fable fashion, you begin the game as a child, growing up in the sleepy rural village of Briar Hill. It's here that in a moment of extreme danger, your heroic powers first emerge, and we discover that you are Albion's first hero in a generation. But not long afterwards, disaster strikes, and the people of your village, including your beloved grandma, are turned to stone by a mysterious stranger. Suddenly alone in the world, you'll set off on an adventure which will change Albion forever.
Venturing out into the world is a huge moment, because this is Albion like you've never seen it before. Idyllic rolling hills, magical forests, bustling villages, sleepy hamlets, oversized vegetable patches, and stunning vistas. And because our Albion is truly open world, for the first time, you'll be able to explore this rich and detailed world seamlessly, with the freedom to go where you want from early in the game.
We can't wait to welcome you back to Albion's iconic capital city, Bowerstone. Home to Fairfax Castle, the Old Clock Tower, and the legendary Heroes Guild.
It's a huge city, full of contrasts. Rich and poor, nobles and commoners, royalty and criminals. You'll spend plenty of time here during the game, as you discover the secrets of the Heroes Guild and its reclusive guildmaster, Humphrey the Golder.
In the north of Albion, you'll find mountains, craggy coastlines, spooky marshes, and the bleak, windswept city of Bloodstone. Here, you'll meet the leaders of two rival gangs, vying for power, and uncover the secrets of the sinister but extremely well-organized Cult of Shadows. Our Albion is beautiful, handcrafted, and richly detailed.
In Albion, heroes are special, different. They're stronger than regular people. They're more skillful, more charismatic. More importantly, they're those rare humans who can harness and use magic in the world around them. They have the power to do what they want.
And so do you. In our game, we want you to play as the hero you want to be. And that starts with being able to choose how your hero character looks.
So, in Fable, you'll be able to pick from a range of different character heads and customize your clothing, hair, skin tone, tattoos, and scars, so the hero you play represents you.
But as well as your appearance, you can be the hero you want to be through the way you play, through the skills and abilities you learn, and through the weapons you use.
Just like the classic trilogy, heroes in our game fight with a combination of strength, skill, and will. Seamlessly blending melee and ranged weapons with magical abilities gives us style-weaving combat, allowing you to show off your personal playstyle against single opponents and large groups of enemies alike. Melee is at the heart of our close quarters combat. You'll use light and heavy combos, often knocking enemies off balance and executing stylish finishers. Swap to your ranged weapon to bypass enemy guard and deal with troublesome flying enemies. And of course, you'll be able to unleash your powerful spells to both manipulate and devastate your opponents.
We're excited to be bringing back some fan-favorite adversaries for you to fight. Hobbs are back, as are Balverines, Hollowfolk, and Trolls.
And we're adding brand new enemies too, like this fearsome cockatrice, a giant fire-breathing chicken. Each enemy family is different, with their own weaknesses to exploit and defenses to overcome. But with all the unique tools in your combat toolbox, how you defeat your enemies is up to you.
But there's more to being a hero in Albion than fighting, so much more. When we talk to people about their favorite memories of the original games, so many of their stories were about the stuff you can do when you weren't just being a hero. The normal, everyday stuff which happened when you interacted with the people of Albion.
For me, what I remember most vividly are the inhabitants of Albion and the things you can do with them, or to them.
The crazy thing about the classic Fable games was that in the middle of a sprawling RPG was almost a complete other game where you could just mess around with the villagers and townsfolk.
And we've built that same experience in the middle of our game too. Buying a house, getting a job, making some money.
Romancing a villager, getting married, having kids.
Fancy a date?
Perfect. You can get to know me better.
Buying another house. Buying every house in Albion. Buying every business in Albion. Getting rich.
Marrying a bunch more people, having a bunch more kids, probably getting divorced along the way for good measure.
And this game within a game is unique to Fable. It's systemic, interconnected, and you see the ripple effects of the things you do everywhere you go.
And all of this revolves around the people who live in Albion, who we call the living population. There are more than 1,000 of them, and every single one is unique. Each of them has a name, a role, a daily routine, and their own personality. You could follow any one of them for a day and just watch them live their life.
They'll get up, go to work, spend some leisure time on hobbies, then go home to bed.
But what's even cooler is that you can talk to every single one of them in fully voiced conversations and interact with them in loads of different ways. Maybe the job they go to is working for you because you hired them to work in one of your businesses.
Hey, you. Working hard? How can I help you, boss?
Maybe the bed they sleep in is in a house you own because you're the landlord.
Or maybe their bed is on the street because you evicted them.
All right.
Oh, it's you. You're awful.
And all of the stuff you do affects what they think of you.
You're a legend.
Because everything you do builds your reputation.
Very impressive. Now that's an hero right there.
Morality has always been super important to Fable. That tension between good and evil underpinned all of the original games. And morality is central to our game too. But we have a slightly different take on it.
For us, morality isn't black and white. There are lots of grey areas. And importantly, morality is subjective. No two people see things exactly the same way. And that's how it works in our game too.
Everything you do earns you a reputation. And every person in Albion will have a different reaction to you as a result.
Hello there.
Yeah, we get it. You're rich.
They'll remember things you did directly to them, they'll love you or hate you for the choices you make, and they will always tell you why. Although, usually from a safe distance.
Our game will never judge you, but the people of Albion will, loudly.
Imbecile.
Your reputation is created by the choices you make, and you are going to make a lot of them. Big choices, little choices, moral choices, and some choices that will actually change the landscape of Albion for the rest of your game. We call this idea, your choices change the world. Let's give you an example.
Early in the game, you'll meet a character named Dave, an egotistical gardener in a rural village who discovers a magical growth formula. He accidentally turns himself into a giant and becomes a big problem. It'll be your job to deal with him, and ultimately it will be your choice whether to kill him or to spare him. If you kill him, his giant corpse will lie on the farmland just outside of town for the rest of the game.
And that is going to affect house prices. It will also affect what a lot of the villagers think about you.
Especially Dave's sister.
In Fable, the choices you make will define you. What does being a hero mean to you?
At Playground Games, we've built a pedigree for beautiful, immersive, open-world experiences. Yes, they've typically involved sports cars, but this is a passion project for all of us here. Every member of this team, which we've built from scratch, has two key things in common: a deep love for the franchise and a burning desire to bring it back. We're making this for Fable fans just like us, but also to introduce Fable to gamers who've never played the series before. It's been great to finally tell you a little about the game we're making. There'll be much more to share as we get closer to our launch. I'm excited to tell you today that Fable is coming to Xbox, PC, and PlayStation in autumn 2026. From all of us here, thanks for watching.
This is a multiplayer party brawler and is just as much about the act of trading with your friends as it is fast-paced competitive destruction.
Japan's car culture is one of the reasons we've been so excited for this location. Forza Horizon 6 will feature more than 550 cars at launch.
さまざまなスキルを組み合わせることで独自のプレイスタイルを作っていくことができるんです。
You can be the hero you want to be through the way you play, through the skills and abilities you learn, and through the weapons you use.
What's happening, friends? Welcome to a live reactions episode of Podcast Unlocked, IGN's Xbox show. We have just watched the Xbox Developer Direct. I'm Ryan McCaffrey, joined by my friends Michael Hyam, Miranda Sanchez, and rejoining us for the first time in far too long. Good to see him, MC Fixer from the My Xbox and Me podcast. Guys, the Developer Direct, we just saw 4 games, one of which was a surprise. 3 of them we knew ahead of time. And I think we have to start with Fable. I want to go to our resident Brit on the panel, MC Fixer, for the live British reaction to the very British Fable. Playground seemed to understand the assignment here. Fixer, What did you think of Fable? We've got plenty of time. We're going to talk all about this, so no rush. Just dig in. Let's go.
I'm honestly blown away. I think my expectations were extremely high for Fable, obviously. But to see it in action, it really blew me away from... I kind of expected the world to be amazing. We've seen what Playground can do with a big world in Forza, but it always came down to combat, and could they get the tone of what we love as Fable right?
Yeah.
And everything, and I mean everything that we saw today, got the tone completely 100% correct. Babies, housing, combat system, world building, humor. Honestly, I said it while we were watching. I was like, wow. GTA is obviously a game that we're all extremely looking forward to. You see this and you're like, wow, this might be my most anticipated game for the year. Nah, definitely. Ridiculous. So ridiculous.
There's a reason that this is, for exactly the reasons you mentioned. The ceiling here is arguably higher than any game Xbox has in the upcoming portfolio. And yeah, I'm right there with you. I've got a lot to say about this. I actually had a chance to talk to Ralph Fulton, the game director and studio head that we saw there in the video. So I'll tell you all about that in a bit. But first, let me go to Miranda to get your reactions.
Just echoing Fixer, honestly, we all had high expectations. We've seen little bits, we've seen cinematics, but this is really what I was hoping to dig into. Like, get obvious, like, they had to do open world, right? Like, of course it's going to be open world, but like, what is the depth there? Like, what are we looking to do in this world where we've seen how they've done a great job with Forza, and whether we'll talk more about that, I guess, whether you're like big on the racing and the sim side, or if you're more on like the goofy mini game side, like they've always had something there, but translating that into, you know, a big action RPG is quite different. And as we've all talked about previously too, the Fable as a franchise, and I think they even mentioned it in the showcase, we all have very specific kinds of memories, and those memories are varied. They're like, oh, and we're bringing back these enemies. And I'm like, honestly, I don't remember a single one of those, but I do remember getting married and having children and buying a house and becoming the hero, and my skin changing colors based on like, and my eyes and like growing horns or not, just like a little bit of horn, you know? So like that's what I remember of Fable. Like it's beyond just the combat, beyond the enemies you face. It's the storytelling of your life as the hero of Albion. And I love that they really dug into basically a whole town sim game. It is my memories of Fable 3, but ballooned with depth. And I mean, obviously it's just their demo of like what's to come potentially for us to play. Like none of us have gone hands-on with it. We don't know how well this actually scales, but you know, Playground's really earned our trust at this point.
Yeah.
So based on what they've shown, I'm so excited, and I really, really hope this comes out well before GTA, months before.
Well, all right, let's actually, we'll talk about that. Let's hold that thought. Let's get Michael's instant reaction to this first.
Oh man, well, folks may know me as the resident RPG nerd, and I look at this and I'm rubbing my hands like Birdman. Dude, yo, like we know what Fable is about. We know like its core principles make the franchise what it is. And this developer direct, they're very upfront about them understanding the legacy of Fable. You know, Ralph mentioned Lionhead. They're like, hey, we as developers of this new Fable, we, like Miranda said, all have core memories of the original Fables, and we understand what makes the franchise what it is. And then when they demonstrate that through the developer direct, it's the thing I'm constantly thinking about, and I mentioned this a lot with RPGs, is choice and consequence. And Fable was always made that kind of one of its key differentiators from other RPGs. And it's not just, you know, a morality system of like whether you do good or bad. You know, they talk about how morality is in this gray area and like in this particular fantasy world. And the reactiveness, the unpredictability of the choices that you make, I think that is what I am looking forward to most. Because, you know, you play a lot of RPGs, especially in the past, like, 20 years, whatever, and you can kind of telegraph what the consequence of your choice may be. And that's perfectly fine. depending on what the game is going for. But when I look at Fable, I'm thinking like, oh, I want to have to make decisions that I think might be right or true to myself in the moment. And the consequence I'll see later down the line, wherever that may lay. You know, I don't want to be pulling up, sorry, Miranda, but this is not a game where I want to pull up a guide and min-max my choices. I just want to make what feels right and just see what happens later down the line. And Fable has always been pretty good about that. But from how they're talking about it, from what we've seen and what we expect from something of this scale and caliber, I'm going in this with even higher expectations for that role-playing experience. And, you know, they showed a little bit about it with the town reacting to who you are, who you become, and, you know, extending that through a full-length, however long this game may be, a full-length RPG. I'm going to be poking at this game a lot, and I cannot wait.
I'm so glad that you're all as over the moon about it. So like I mentioned at the top, I got to talk to Ralph Fulton about this. And as part of that, and this I'm not trying to flex, I'm just trying to set this up. I got to see the Fable portion of this early. So then I could talk to Ralph about it. And that story is probably, that interview is probably up on IGN right now, thanks to our news director getting that published while I'm talking to all of you on the air here. And when I saw the presentation, like you got to be professional, right? Like you've got the developer, like I'm sitting there watching it remotely with Ralph, and it's like I don't want to get too high or too low because you don't want to, It's like you're trying to be professional. You don't want to like fanboy out or just be like, oh my god, this looks horrible, which thankfully was not the case here at all. I came out of watching it for the first time, as you all just did, blown away. Totally blown away. I'm a massive Fable fan going back. I mean, I reviewed Fable 2 for Official Xbox Magazine. I even reviewed Fable The Journey, the semi-crappy Kinect game that they made for Xbox. I reviewed that for IGN. You can go find that review on IGN right now. But yeah, this game, what I really came away with was that Playground Games, and Miranda, you alluded to this with the fact that they brought up Lionhead, Playground seems to understand the assignment very clearly here. They are taking it seriously. They are going and examining everything that made the original 3 games awesome, and they are doubling down on that while bringing it to a next gen, a really like. Can we just stop and pivot for a second, talk about how gorgeous this game is? Like,
oh yeah,
Miranda, how? It's almost like it's got the little bit of that almost Fable 1 or 2, like, because Fable 3 moved the timeline forward. I love the lighting, the landscape, like the rolling hills. It was just gorgeous.
Yeah, I love too that they're not going necessarily for direct photorealism, even though everything does have a slant to it. Like, I mean, it's the storybook thing, right? But it's not overly done. So everything kind of just feels natural in this. And goodness, it's lush. That's what I think is most exciting for me, at least in this part. We've only seen, really just this sort of kind of like lush, gardeny, overgrown forest area. And I'm really curious to see how that's going to translate to other places. I say that, but then I'm like, listen, I've played Horizon, I've played Forza, like, it's gonna look great. That's what we know. It's gonna look great. And I think that's what they're really showcasing here. And another thing I really love is like the detail of everything. Like there's just little crates and barrels and candles and wall hangings and moss, and just everything feels so built out. Like this is a place that actually has people in it, And that's something I think sometimes with open world games you'll sort of miss, where it's just, I've seen that true before. But it's not because I've been here before, it's because I just saw it already, which makes sense, right? You can only do so much with assets, but you can definitely see how they're leveraging their abilities to really make a deep world that feels alive, or at least looks alive, and implementing it here.
Yeah, Michael, on that note, talk about your reaction to the 1,000 plus NPC population.
Yeah, you know what? I that's the thing I wanted to talk about next, because you know, you play a lot of open world games, or you play a lot of RPGs, and you know, sometimes the worlds feel static, and you know, that's fine. You know, that it serves a certain direction that the game wants to have, or like the specific story it wants to tell. Going for a more free-form open world, or where townsfolks have names, they have personalities, and they individually react to who you are, is, you know, it's even to this day, it still feels like that's something that is too good to be true. Like, it's like, are you really going to do that? And like, games have tried it before, and like Fable as a franchise has tapped into that at certain points in their games. But I think to this scale, to this level of detail, you know, I don't know how big Albion is going to be in this game, how far-reaching that is, and how deep are those character reactions going to be. But the idea of, you know, these characters having schedules, you know, you're going to see them go to work, and you see them walking the streets. They're going to go out to restaurants and all that. It's these finer details that you know, I'm a little skeptical about it working, but seeing it, you know, they're actually showing it in actions, like this is like the logical extension of what Fable has always tried to be and has been successfully in certain parts. And that kind of goes back to what I remember most about Fable, is that I do remember of it being a living world. Like, this is a place where, in some ways, it reminds me of the Yakuza franchise, where I can jump into the game, not even do a single main quest or even side quest, just exist in that world and enjoy my couple hours that I spent in it, and realize like, oh, I didn't progress the story at all. I was just living in that world. And I'm already watching this here and be like, oh, that's the kind of world that I want to live in. Something where it doesn't revolve around you. Like, your actions don't dictate every single part of it. Yes, you are the hero, you are the central character, but everyone else has lives, and you could see them living that life. I am actually excited about that part, more than other things. And like, you know, I don't want to steal anyone's thunder, but an extension of that is how you influence the town, what you do with like the properties there, and you know, how you build out that town, and all the systems that go into that are all feeding into this big loop of like, hey, Fable is going to be an actual like living world with all these NPCs. And like, the idea of that in a single player game, you know, it's always been the dream, and I've had that dream fulfilled in other games before, but this feels like the most ambitious version of that.
Well, I can tell you that doing what we do and just being gamers in the modern age, there's an inherent level of skepticism with some of these big claims, right? And so when I got to see this, and then I got to talk to Ralph, one of my questions for him was, well, are these 1,000 NPCs procedurally generated, and he said no, they are all handcrafted.
Ooh.
So
wow.
Okay.
Everyone
that is
make
awesome.
20 NPCs.
Fixer, did you appreciate that at one point within the reputation portion that the very British term twat was used?
Yes, yeah. I think it's written all over this game, though. The Britishness, to be honest with you.
Yeah, it really is.
You can tell that it's made by the right people, and I think that's the most important thing about this game and about this franchise. If we were going to get a new Fable, it had to be done in the right way. It's down to like even things like the UI and things that I'm looking at, and I'm like, there's humor in that. The way certain things are popping up, tycoon, rich, you can imagine the amount of Britishness that's going to be all over this game, to be totally honest with you. Twat being one of the things, amongst many others, I'm sure. But yeah, I want to just touch on like the NPCs, like we're saying, like to come out and literally say we have 1,000 that you're going to be able to speak to, they have their own personalities, they have their own opinions on you, etc., etc. We don't hear many developers come out and say that. So the fact that they've come out and said it and shown a portion of it, which we've seen, and obviously you asking the right questions because you're amazing at what you do, that is what has got me most excited about this entire game. I truly went in thinking, okay, they have to now combat. They have to now combat. They have to now combat. Playground haven't made a game with combat like this before, right? That's where I was like, okay, they have to now that. And then you look at everything else and you go, wait a minute, not that the combat's not important, because clearly it is and it looks fantastic, but there is so much more to Fable that I think even I forgot, because it's been such a long time since I played probably 3, 2 being my favorite of the franchise. And you look at this and you're like, okay, yeah, it has all of the things in which I remember but in a modern way, which we're seeing here today. But yeah, I'm truly blown away by it. It's one I can't even speak properly now. Like, I'm just blown away by what we've seen. I'm blown away by what we're gonna get. And as long as they can keep that tone throughout from start to finish, it could be a very, very, very special game, to be honest with you.
I couldn't agree more. I mean, again, as I was saying earlier, I've felt for a long time that the ceiling on this is higher than any other game in Microsoft's portfolio right now. And based on this first real showing, they are on their way towards approaching that ceiling. I mean, they've certainly, like, Playground, they already had my trust, right? Because they've not only have they never made a bad game, they've made 5 Forza Horizons so far, and all of them have been, well, they started as 9 out of 10s, but the last 3 of them, 3, 4, and 5, are all 10 out of 10 video games. Forza Horizon 5 won IGN's 2021 Game of the Year. And so if they can, if anybody can pull this off with Fable, it's them. And I'm so over the moon. I want to circle back to, I think it was Michael, you were bringing up the size of the world. So I did ask Ralph about that. And he did say it is an open world. You can go anywhere. You can do anything you want. But like geographically, it's not as large. He didn't like give me a square kilometer number or anything like that, but it's not as large as a Forza Horizon map.
Okay.
But it's more dense, as you would hope and expect, because you're not just going through it at 150 miles an hour.
I don't have my Nissan GTR out there in Fable. I don't expect to have that. Maybe I'll get a horse, or I could ride a chicken across there.
Yeah,
but I think for open world RPGs, I want to hear dense, not bigger. And I think that is music to my ears.
I think there's a balance there too, right? Like, I think about some of the Ubisoft games that I've played and just think about, like, man, or other games, honestly, that are open world, and it feels like you're going through this checklist of tasks because you have to, and not necessarily because they're thoughtfully put together or enhance your story experience. But then there's others that I can think of many examples too that do fulfill that need, where, like, there's the visual interest of just looking around a different biome or wherever it may be, finding yourself in this new place, and then maybe a handful of activities there, and that's usually enough. Like, you don't have to have everything, especially if it sounds like Albion's going to be kind of the focus as far as, like, town square sort of, well, I say this, but town square sort of area where you can manipulate and grow your town and get to know the NPCs. But that also sounds like it's going to be really big if there's like 1,000 NPCs. But I guess it'll be spread out too.
I loved that, because the last time they showed this was the original release window trailer, which of course they missed that release window. So that was, I believe it was Showcase 2024 in June of 24, that when they were saying it was going to be out in 25. And in that trailer, and maybe even, I think it was that trailer where we saw Dave, that NPC that was talked about here, as the giant, and we were like,
no, he's in the first trailer. He was in the first trailer,
Right, thank you. Yeah, it's like, oh, is this like a Jack and the Beanstalk thing? Like, and it turned out, no, that was sort of I'll call it maybe a little bit of clever bit of misdirection on Playground's part, just in since we didn't have the full context for it. And now we know it's a quest early in the game, and you can choose to, if you choose to kill Dave, his giant body will forever be like slumped over a hill in your game. So I got such a kick out of that. Miranda, are you gonna kill Dave and have giant Dave slumped over? Or are you gonna save Dave?
We'll see how Dave is in game.
Yeah.
I feel like I gotta get to know, like, the person. Like, what's your intention? Were you just really angry? Are you just on a little power trip? Are you like good at heart? Do you deserve a second chance? I mean, I guess as the hero, I have the option to say, I don't know. We'll see. I will say, though, as we've been watching this, the guides person in me, I'm just like charting all these things of like how we're going to cover it. And I'm like, oh man, we got to have this path and this thing and then account for all of this. And I'm honestly, whenever I have to do that for a game, I'm stoked. I'm stoked.
All right, let's let's circle back to I've got so much more to
I
bring
know.
up. Actually, on this point, something Ralph mentioned to me, which I'm sure comes across there, but I thought it was an important distinction that he made when I talked to him, is he said, well, it's not a fantasy action RPG, it's a fairy tale action RPG, which I think just speaks to, again, Playground understanding the assignment here, because that, like, I never really thought about it that way, but I think that's an excellent distinction for what separates Fable and what makes Fable unique versus the 1,000 other, plenty of them being excellent, fantasy action RPGs that are out there. And I thought that was a really cool thing to bring up about kind of it being a fairy tale.
I think kind of on that point too, I'm actually someone who reads a lot of fairy tale retellings books, like just different novels, different interpretations of these classic stories we have and how they can either be brought to modern day or otherwise. And I think there's like a sense of whimsy that carries through all of them. And then it is essential. Like it has to have that sort of like weirdness where things still feel oppressive, but never completely dour. And I think this has that, and I think Ryan, you pointing that out is so important too, because like this is just not like a regular fantasy. There's like this whole blanket over this thing, and you can see it too, right? Like I was admiring, why don't we have wood fences with like cute little curlies in it? And it's like, oh, because it's a lot of woodwork and takes a lot of time, and they can just draw it. You know, I was like, yeah, that's true, my brain. But also that is very fairy tale of it. Like there's just so much here, and like I think one of the little details that we've seen so far in here. Excuse me for like going on about this, but when they turn someone into a chicken and then they get kicked away and then they pop out of being a chicken because the spell is over and they're still like, bent over cawing basically, like that's just such a phenomenal little detail. Like Ryan, when you said they understood the assignment, that is it. That is what I'm looking for.
Yeah, whimsical is my word. I use it in almost every review that I've written. But like I'm looking at this, like if I'm gonna write about this, sorry, I'm gonna drop whimsical multiple times. And I think that's important for having a quote fantasy world, fairy tale world in this case, that looks different, that is distinguishable from other fantasy worlds, and you immediately see it in the architecture, and that's kind of what we've known Fable to be as well. And it's good to see that visually that is still consistent in this new game. And sometimes you look at the landscapes and think like, oh, this is Forza Horizon, and then it cuts back to some of the architecture in the town. I'm like, oh no, but this is still that cartoonish but still photorealistic contrast that you have in the Fable world, and I love that about it. It almost reminds you, like, I feel like World of Warcraft is like one of the last standing games that still has like that cartoonish over exaggeration of some of its world building or some of its assets, and it looks like something that is different, that is not of this world. And Fable has that, and I'm glad that they have that. Walking through the town, you see how the houses are built, you see how the foliage kind of creeps into everything in and around the world. It looks distinguishable, and I think that is what has been missing from a lot of fantasy games that I've played.
Yeah, photorealism with like a slant, right? Like it's you see it, but it's like not quite because of just how stylistic it is. Ryan, do you mind if I bring up a quick point here?
Oh, please.
We don't know who the main antagonist is. Like, we don't know, the overarching story here, except for that you're the hero and your grandma was turned to stone when you were a child. And it's like, I kind of love that. I kind of love that we're already so excited not knowing, like, where this is gonna go.
Fixer, what's the over-under on the number of spouses and children you're going to have?
All right. Mate, you know what? Look, let me tell you, everyone's getting married, everyone's having babies, and then everyone's getting evicted. That's how it goes in my household, all right? If you can't pay your bills, get to stepping, all right? You twat. There you go, for the Americans, I got you. Like, that's the magic of this game, right? It's, you are the hero, you are the villain, you create the story. That's Fable. And I think coming into this, I feel like, at least in my circles, a lot of the conversation was, oh, it looks a little bit like The Witcher. This don't look like The Witcher. This looks like Fable. And I think that's probably the biggest compliment that you can give the game right now without playing it for ourselves from what we've seen is you can't compare it to anything else on the market because it's not like anything else on the market. It is Fable. and I will have many babies, as many as I want. Okay, as many as I want.
chat clip that.
Yeah, and on that note, so it is Forza Tech. It is the same engine that Forza Horizon 6 is running on, but obviously with a lot of stuff done to it to make it an action RPG. On the note, I think one or two of you have brought up. Oh, I think Miranda, you were mentioning, maybe little horns are not a bad thing. Well, I can say I did ask about that as well, about the good and evil, and will that physically reflect on your character? The answer was no. So that will not be happening in this game. Ralph said they did talk about this in the presentation, and this could be one of the first things where people are either on board, or maybe some people won't be on board with this, and I'll need to kind of play the game certainly, but it's where they talked about, well, morality is subjective and also relative. So like Ralph was telling me you could be in one town and be that slumlord like MC Fixer, and everybody hates you, but then you could go to another town where nobody knows who you are, and so you could be nice there if you want. So they're not doing the horns growing out of your head as like a pure evil thing, or a halo over your head if you're pure good. So that is one key difference that they're making from the core original trilogy of Fable. And then the other one, which again, once I watched the presentation, there was one four-legged animal in that presentation, but it was a horse. So I asked Ralph, Ralph, I didn't see a dog in there, so what's the deal? And he sort of half with like a smile and sort of a half serious laugh, he said, well, there's I made the decision to not do the dog, and some of the people on our team still haven't forgiven me for it. So no dog in this one, which I will say, that does disappoint me. I'm not like prejudging the game, but Fable 2 for me is my favorite as well, and the dog was a big part of that, and I'm definitely, I would have loved to have had a dog in this game. So I hope it's going to be in the sequel, but yeah, I don't know how each of you feels. Let's go around the table to Mr. Hyam first on the absence of a canine companion.
Well, I mean, if we're talking about this whole direct, we do got a game with a very, very cute and big dog. So
we'll get to it.
Yeah,
one person, one dog.
Yeah, we're getting fulfilled in that regard. But I mean, okay. Since we're talking about animals, what do they have against chickens, man? Like kicking chickens? Yes, I get it. But you're fighting a big cockatrice. You're turning people into chickens, kicking them. It's like, hey, man, like relax. What's going on here? Yeah, I don't know. Like we'll see. Because I'm curious about how, do you develop relationships with like your horses? How do you maintain them? And that's how you're going to be navigating the world. And to what extent are you going to interact with the rest of the environment? Because it's not just NPCs or the decisions you make about the story. It's like your relationship with the environment. I think those are also little details that I'm paying attention to.
Miranda, I know you're more of a cat person. Where do you land on this lack of a dog in the new Fable?
I also love dogs, but I definitely love cats more. But I love a good little fluffy companion. So I don't necessarily need a dog. If it were a mythical creature, that'd also be sick. If it were just a goose, that'd also be sick. But yeah, it's a little bit of a bummer. But as you said, maybe if they do another, we'll get a little buddy.
Fixer.
Yeah, I mean, I'm upset by it. Like you said, Fable 2 being my favorite, but in the same breath, I think it allows them to really make Fable their own.
Yeah.
Like, there's already so many comparisons to Fable 2, Fable 3, Fable 1. Allow them to create what they want to create. And yeah, maybe it's a little bit disappointing for some of us who have come to appreciate a dog by our sides at every moment. But I think this allows them to create their story and what they want to do. But a sequel, just a companion. I would love a companion, definitely.
All right, we've got 3 other games to talk about, but there is one last key point on Fable that we should discuss, and that is the release window and the platform situation, what platforms it is releasing on. So we didn't get a date. It's still only January, but we did get a fall or autumn 2026, which Miranda, almost certainly means before November for obvious reasons, right?
Yeah, you would hope so. If this were put in November, that would basically be putting it on the chopping block for no good reason. Simply because obviously that's GTA territory, and like other games that potentially might be coming out then that would potentially compete. So I think for all of our best interests as well, September, a late September would be sick, because that's also going to give us plenty of time to dig into Fable, play around, have a long, good adventure before moving on to GTA in November.
Yeah, I think you're right in the sense that Microsoft and Playground have spent like 7-8 years on this so far, and obviously a lot of money to try and they obviously have franchise intentions here. They're not just making a one-off Fable reboot. They want this to do well enough for it to be a franchise again like it used to be. So yeah, you're not gonna put all that at risk by putting it out on in the first week of November. That would be the dumbest thing possible. So I think you're probably right. The question is, Miranda, as our resident Gears of War ultra fan, we have been assured that Gears is coming out. Gears E-Day is coming out this year as well, probably in the fall, though they haven't said. So what do you think? Do we go, is it like an August-September situation for one or the other? I mean, August is technically summer, and Fable did say fall, so where do you think they're going to land?
For me, I would want Fable in September. Let me get started on that. Then October, because it's kind of like that spooky time. Gears, because Gears still has that spooky vibe to it, so I think that would be perfect. And Gears tend to not be super long in their campaigns, so you could kind of knock that out while also playing Fable. And by the time November rolls in, you'll be okay. Also, I just want to say really quickly, I'm sad we didn't see Gears. I was hoping we were going to see it today, but we didn't. So
yeah, Michael made the good point last week that they weren't gonna that the spotlight belonged to Playground here. They opened this direct and they closed it, and yeah, I think it sounds like we'll probably have to wait till Showcase, and then I would imagine Gears will be the focal point for that. Mr. Hyam, what do you make of the release windows? Where do you think it's going to land, and the fact that this is multi-platform day one, and their own other game that's coming out in May that we'll talk about isn't?
Yeah. So I know that they're doing PS5 release for Forza Horizon 6, and they're doing day one for Fable. So is it going to line up where Playground's gonna be like, hey, everyone who has a PS5, boom, 2 of our biggest games? That would be crazy. But it is kind of unexpected that it was day and date across with PS5 and with Xbox and PC and all that. I hope, I'm like with Miranda, I'm hoping late September. I hope that autumn means late September to give us time, because GTA 6 is going to take over the world, whether you like it or not. And there's Fable is a different game, but they fulfill similar I expect them to fill similar time restraints. Like these are big games that you kind of have to live in. You have a living, breathing world that's reactive that you're going to sink a lot of time into. When you boot up these games, you're going to sit down for at least 2-3 hours. These aren't the kinds of games that you jump in, play for like 30 minutes, and then get your fill. So these are like big commitments. These games are huge. So I would hope that they would be able to space these out. Again, development time, there are other factors that go into that as well. But I would hope early October, late September, give people time to get ahead of the GTA wave, because like once GTA 6 hits, that's all anyone's going to talk about for the foreseeable future, for several months after it comes out. So I'm thinking that, and I would hope for that. But yeah, it's just really interesting that this would be a PS5 day and date game, just because, not to be like, oh, it needs to come out on Xbox first. Like, no, that's not where I'm landing on it. It's just surprising because they haven't done that. Like Playground hasn't done that in the past. And I still feel like Forza Horizon 5 was their test bed to see how they can move games to PS5. And then eventually, like years down the line, then they would do day and date. So that's the surprising part. But I am happy that, I'm on an Xbox podcast, but I'm probably gonna play on PC just because I'm generally a PC gamer. But if this is running well on PS5 Pro, what I'm saying?
Fixer, what do you make of the release situation, the timing, and the multi-platform factor here?
Everything's an Xbox, guys. Everything's an Xbox.
Your PlayStation's an Xbox.
Everything's an Xbox, and that's what Xbox have told us. That's what Xbox have been presenting to us, and that's what I'm going to take them at their word. Once upon a time, this news would have come out, and I would have been very upset. I've been on this podcast talking about how upset I was when we started moving into multi-plat and games no longer being exclusives. I've matured in my 33 years now, and look, this game you said has been in development now 7-8 years, correct?
Mm-hmm.
They need to make money. They need to make money. Look at the industry at large. Look at what's going on in the industry. Closures. Companies need to make money. Developers need to make great games so we can keep supporting them. Really, we're at a point now where with Xbox, because of the way they have messaged everything's an Xbox, we don't care. Look, they want to put Fable out day and date, make their money back, and hopefully we get a sequel off the back of that. More power to them. I'm happy about it. As long as I get to experience this game in a complete fashion where there is no issues, there is no bugs, I'm happy. I'm fine.
Yeah, I think it just comes down to kind of what we've been talking about a little bit already, that this is a reboot of something that could be a major franchise and has been a major franchise. I mean, the joke always used to be Halo, Gears, Fable, Forza. That was the big four back in the 360 days. And so you're talking about something that Microsoft wants and needs to be revived as a big money-making franchise. And the best first, you want to have a huge launch because you want everybody talking about it. And the way to do that is to be on every platform. So in that sense, I'm not surprised that Fable is a day one PlayStation 5 game. All right. We've got 3 other games to talk about. Miranda, why don't we go next to Beast of Reincarnation? That seemed to... We were all pretty darn impressed by that as well. I'm going to let you start and give us your reactions to this one.
It's Game Freak talking about Pokemon on an Xbox stream. That was so weird and cool. So yeah, Beast of Reincarnation was something we kind of knew just a little bit about, and I really like how in this developer direct, they went deep. Like they went straight up. I think they did that for like almost all of the games, of course, but this one we got a lot more out of it than I thought we were gonna get, as far as digging into like the different kinds of bosses you'll face, or like the kind of types of enemies you'll face rather than just bosses, and kind of getting into their ethos of this world. We were saying too while we were watching, this like, this has like a near, like kind of like a near vibes, but green.
Yeah.
So
yeah, a lot more
in a
green.
really good way. So it is the action RPG, but as it just showed on the screen, it's one person, one dog action RPG, which is fantastic. And true to Game Freak, which I love, is that they're really putting the emphasis on the bond between a person and their companion, and giving that companion some sort of agency as well, and really putting those two together and like their growth as something that builds off one another. And I think I'm curious to see, I guess, how all of this plays out. But they were saying, like, as you grow, as you change, as you move through these new abilities, the dog Ku will also have like changes too, and everything reacts off one another. And I love that, because sometimes it feels like when you get a dog in a game, like they're just kind of there, like, oh, go get me a cool item. Mm-hmm. Oh, there's an enemy nearby, boy, cool. But no, this one is like so dependent on one another, which of course, again, with Game Freak's history and Pokemon, that makes a lot of sense. I also just love like this strange sci-fi vibe of it being about like the natural world sort of decaying, but also blooming in a way that's like not good for both nature and for people, and kind of brings back to people being stewards of the land and not necessarily like owners of it. And so I'm curious to see how that theme is all going to play out, and what it means for the main character Emma, who is kind of ostracized by her community, it sounds like, because of her abilities and all of it. So that's kind of my big overview of, I am so stoked for this. And it's also just cool to see Game Freak doing more than Pokemon, because they did mention at the top, it's like, well, we've done other games. It's like, Yes, but we all really know you for Pocket Card Jockey and Pokemon. That's it. And even then, that the former, I think very few people even knew that existed. So I think it's cool seeing them like stretch and do something really different. And I know we'll get a little bit more into actually how the game plays and the combat, and then it's like the pseudo turn-based that we've seen before in a really neat way. That'll be hopefully interesting.
Mr. Fixer, your thoughts on Beast of Reincarnation?
Yeah, the combat system for me was what impressed me the most. This was a game that I was kind of interested in, mainly because it's Game Freak. I think that was where you sort of go, okay, as soon as you hear a studio like that making something that's not Pokemon, you're like, okay, I'm going to pay attention. The combat system, the turn-based, reminded me similar of like Final Fantasy Remake, for people that have played that, come out on Xbox today, if I'm not mistaken. It looked really good, and that's what kind of blew me away the most. Obviously, you see the gameplay now. Jumping into menu systems, turn-based-esque. It looks really, really fun to play. And that's the most important thing for a game like this for me. The story and things like that are going to grab me, but the most important thing is its gameplay. Am I going to want to play this for 20, 30, 40 hours? And with the gameplay that we saw here, the slicer we got to see, it looks very much in my wheelhouse for games that I've been playing a lot lately. So yeah, really like the look of it. Doesn't look too hard. And then looks hard all at the same time, if you know what I mean by that.
Yes.
So for me, it's really on my list now, where it wasn't beforehand. I thought they had a fantastic showing of this game. I thought all of the games that got shown had a fantastic showing, to be honest with you. But this one, if it wasn't Fable, would have been my top of the show, to be honest with you. The enemy design, I mentioned that while we was watching, like the plants, enemy design, it looks really cool. It's very style. I like the style of what they're going for here, and very much Game Freak, like you're saying, with the companion and things of that nature. But yeah, looks great. Really looking forward to jumping into this one, and of course, it's on Game Pass. So I'm lucky enough. I've got Game Pass. It's a win-win situation there for me, and that's why Game Pass is still a great option if you can afford it. Obviously, I know it's a little bit more expensive now, but it's for a game like this where you may not want it to pay. I don't know what this is launching at, but maybe 60, 70, maybe, hopefully not 80. I'm not 100% sure. But
don't give them ideas.
Yeah, no, I know. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to put that in the world.
Don't even say it.
Yeah. To put it in the world. I'm sorry. I take it back. But Game Pass is a great place for this to launch and like try it out, So yeah, I'm really looking forward to it.
I'm right there with you in terms of this is something like, yeah, it looked cool it was revealed at the Xbox showcase last June. Like, yeah, that looked neat. And now after getting this deep dive, it's like, okay, I'm all in. I love a game that can create an enthralling setting, just a sense of place. And Fable did that in the developer direct, and Beast of Reincarnation also did that with this, sort of nature reclaiming this 41st century Japan, and there's some technology mixed in and these giant robots. I thought it looked great. And summer. So this year is not going to relent. Like, arguably, Resident Evil at the end of next month, I believe it is the first big release.
Oh yes.
And it seems like basically right now is the quiet time, and then it's just going to be big games one after another. So really cool that this is out in the summer. Michael.
Yo.
Talk to me about Beast of Reincarnation.
The thing I'm actually really excited about is how much more of an RPG it is than we initially thought. Because like when it was shown during SGF or the showcase back in summer, we're like, cinematic, they're doing something different. Maybe it's a Souls-like, it's an action game, it's probably gonna have RPG elements. But when they showed the combat and you like pull up that menu, as we talked about, Fixer had mentioned, it reminded him of FF7 Remake Rebirth. I'm like, ooh, yes, I like that. And like Game Freak kind of knows how that works already, having worked on Pokemon and all that. So I am actually excited about how much more of an RPG it is. And you see like status effects, like these stunning enemies with certain AoE attacks. And then the thing that also stood out to me is that I love Final Fantasy 16 for what it is, but I look at this and I'm like, damn, I kind of wish Final Fantasy 16 was closer to this. And I say that because the dog companion is a lot more integral to how you navigate the world, the story, and what you do in combat. And if folks who played Final Fantasy 16 know that Torgal is a precious boy, and we love him for that. But I do wish he was more core to how you actually engage with the game itself, rather than just giving commands and letting him do his thing. So I like what they're doing here with making not just a story about your relationship with this companion, but integrating them in multiple facets. And when they pull up like the skill tree and they pull up the menus in combat when you want to cast spells, I'm like, ooh, this is in my wheelhouse more than I initially thought. And I've been playing a lot of Souls-likes for many years at this point, and a lot of like hard action games. So I like that they are kind of leaning towards a little bit further away from that, I guess. And that's your precious puppy. That's a big puppy, but still very, very cute. And I will protect my puppy at all costs. So yeah, and just that contrast, as y'all mentioned, with having a sort of, that juxtaposition in technology that almost reminds you of a little bit of like Horizon Zero Dawn, kind of, and talking about what happens to a world when it's been overrun or when technology has misshapen your world. They can do some really interesting storytelling bits, and we would also name drop Nier, and it touches on that as well. So I'm excited for their interpretation of this. And I don't know how much Game Freak had a hand in, Game Freak developed Pokemon games. But if folks who played Scarlet Violet, if you actually finished Scarlet Violet, if you got through, some of the rougher bits of that game, if you actually got to the last 2, 3, 4 hours of that game, it is some of the, at the time I said like, ooh, this is some of my favorite RPG storytelling in a while. So I know that Game Freak has it in them to tell an impactful story, and I hope that comes through in Beast of Reincarnation.
Love it. Let's go. All right, so we still have 2 games to talk about, and we're actually running out of time in our hour here. Let's go. Let's talk about the surprise game, Kiln from Double Fine. We just got Keeper, which we loved. It was one of my favorite games from last year, and now we're getting another little Double Fine game. It is called Kiln, and it is a multiplayer party brawler. You heard Tim Schafer unable to describe it. It took him several takes to get it, to say the thing. Fixer, what did you think of this one? This was, we didn't know this was coming. This was not advertised ahead of time like the other 3 games were, but it's certainly quite unique.
It's definitely Double Fine, isn't it? Like that's what they're known for. They're known for doing special games that are different and out there. I love the fact that they do these developer directs and give us a surprise each time. I know we've come to expect it, which is always what worries me. But they're only doing once a year. They can keep a surprise every time, and it's fun. It keeps us engaged and wanting to see what's next. Yeah, Double Fine continue to impress, right? Like. Every time they show something, they manage to get me to at least experience it. And I think that's what these developer directs are amazing for, right? This isn't a game, if you write it up on paper, it's like, okay, yeah, you're gonna make clay pots, and then you're gonna play a multiplayer game where you fight each other, and you have to traverse the map and get water into... What? No, that doesn't sound interesting to me. And then you see it, and you see the love, and you see the time, and you see the energy that these developers have put in for a game like this, and you go... You know what, that looks pretty good. And I think that's the great, again, to bring back to Game Pass, that's the great thing about Game Pass, right? Obviously, the Netflix of games is what we used to call it. You have to keep feeding it content. And a game like this is like perfect for it to be fed into that content of like, it's a smaller title. It came out of a game jam, which they do at the studio, which is really cool, by the way. 2 weeks of like, all right, everyone put your tools down, stop what you're doing, pitch your idea. Can you imagine like being able to just pitch, having that creative freedom to feel that your studio wants to hear what you have to say and believes in what you're doing, and then imagine it was your idea that this has come from. Yeah, amazing. But yeah, I'm actually quite looking forward to this. I'm always looking for games I can play with my partner as well, and this seems like, hey, do you want to come here and design some pots? And then like, yeah, okay. And then it's, now we're going to fight each other with them. It's like, sure, why not? So yeah, I'm looking forward to this one. It looks really good.
Miranda, what'd you think of Kiln?
I messaged my friends immediately, and I was like, guys, who's playing Kiln with me? I think like crafts and hobbies are generally having a moment right now, and seeing that reflected in the video games, especially from a studio I love, is so cool. I've always wanted to try pottery making, except like there's some places around me that do classes, but it's really messy and it looks really hard. I'm like, this is what I want. This is it. I can have the experience of making a really cool pot that's uniquely my own, but I don't have to get my hands dirty, and then I get to go beat up other pots with it. So this is obviously, as we've all said, very Double Fine. I love the humor of it. I love that there's like a butt sticker. They have like different I always forget what they're called, the glazes for the different pots that you're making. This is fantastic. I love this, and I cannot wait to play it. Like, what a treat.
Michael?
Yeah, it's charming as hell, and that's kind of what you expect out of Double Fine. And they're always putting something out that's charming in very different ways. And of course, like, this is a very unique idea. But a couple games came to mind when we saw this too. Is like, it reminds me of Pyre, which was the ball dunking game from Supergiant. So it reminds me a little bit of that. It reminds me of Splatoon a little bit as well. And also reminds me of Power Stone when it comes to like the brawler aspect to it. So there's like a sports competitive aspect to it, but it's also lighthearted. And I think that's important for sort of quasi-competitive multiplayer games to be approachable, is that, you know, we have our hyper competitive games, but we want something that's a little bit lighter, something to jump into that isn't so like mechanics heavy or systems heavy, and putting an emphasis on the kind of the UGC aspect of it, you know, having players build their own pot and be fun with it. You know, you have different builds based on how you build your pot. You know, they talked about you'd be a big pot that could carry a lot of water, and you could douse your opponent's kiln with a bigger pot, but you're not as nimble. And then you could have a team of all small little pots that move really fast. So this idea of like team composition built into how you create your pot is really interesting. It's really fun. The thing that I'm most curious about, I know that we saw it in action, but how intuitive is the creation process? I think that's the critical part here, is like, is it as user-friendly? Is it approachable? And how do you balance depth with that? So if I want to go in and get really, really intricate with how I build my pots, that I want to see that. But also for someone I want to invite over, just be like, hey, let's try this game. It's lighthearted. It's fun. How easy it is for them to kind of understand how to build that. I think that is going to be crucial to its what mass appeal. And I hope it does successfully, because, you know, as we talk about all the time, is that Double Fine is just a factory of creative ideas. And so a lot of a lot of my homegirls have been getting into pottery too. So if you want to play games, holla at your boy, you know what I'm saying?
Miranda, little dash of fusion pottery frenzy here.
Yeah.
Maybe?
Yes, I love this sort of thing, and I'm curious to see how it plays, of course, because like Quench is like, seems like the main mode that they're really championing here, which is just like you're running back and forth. But there are other things that they mentioned as well, so I want to rewatch it and see what else they have. But
yeah, I'm looking forward to giving this a go, because Double Fine never lets me down. I guess my only real concern would be, they said spring of 2026. Is it gonna, can it come out at a time where it's not overshadowed by some other much bigger game? That's kind of the last my real concern for it in such a busy year.
April, come on out in April. We're chill then.
I hope so. They did say a closed beta is coming up really soon, so hopefully that means February, but we'll wait and see. We've got just a few minutes left, and that leaves the final of the 4 games, Forza Horizon 6. This is one, you know, we talk about this every time there's a new Forza Horizon game, where it's almost a victim of its own success, in that it's become so good every time where it's almost tough to get excited about it, because you're like, yeah, it's going to be awesome again. But I think this time, the setting is definitely worth getting fired up for, and that's Japan. Michael Hyam, I know you and I have talked about, you grew up with Japanese car culture a little bit. What was your reaction to seeing all the little details and new things that Playground is packing into Forza Horizon 6?
Yes, this is the Forza Horizon I have been waiting for a very long time. And because, of course, Forza is known for embracing car culture, but taking the setting to Japan and through the developer showcase, you know, understanding like how much they're integrating the environment and car culture and marrying those two things together, and how they're thinking of building that open world, you know, having the dense cityscapes of Japan and also weaving in a lot of its nature. And, you know, the Japanese cars have always been in Forza, but I think like having an emphasis on that is kind of like, that's how I grew up with cars as well, you know, as someone who was in the import scene at a very young age, and, you know, customizing my own car in real life. And, you know, having some illicit activities in the streets with our cars, you know, and going to import shows and car shows. Like, we would pull up to some random ass parking lot, and everyone would just like pull up in the parking lot, have our little makeshift car meet. And that's something that they're also emphasizing in this game as well, from a multiplayer perspective, is having car shows built into that. So I do like that's a nice little touch there. But I'm excited to explore Japan through cars. And like, you know, drifting has also been a part of Forza Horizon since its inception, I believe. But the toge scene and like toge as a piece of Japanese car culture being emphasized here as well. You know, drifting through a mountain range is, you know, that's a uniquely Japanese thing. If y'all watch Tokyo Drift, you know, that's the whole story right there. So having that in Forza Horizon 6 is just another touch that is making it distinguishable from the other Forza Horizon games. You know, Ryan, like you said, at a certain point, like, all these Forza Horizon games are all fantastic, but they all do start to blend with each other, other than its specific settings. But here, I think that you know, going to Japan and embracing it in a way that is that they kind of haven't in the past, that's the thing that gets me excited about this entry in particular.
Miranda, what'd you think of Forza Horizon 6?
I saw a K truck, so I'm happy.
Yep.
That's what I want to drive. That's all I'm going to drive. Like, I'm not here for win the races.
I think they drifted by one that was just traffic at one point in the presentation.
There was one. We just saw another one, like, at least in the back, and I was like, that's what I want. If you guys don't know, this is like a super cute little truck, and it's fantastic. But overall, though, I really miss Japan. If anything, that's what I see. It's like, oh man, I think I'm going to try to go with my friends this year. So hopefully I'll get to go visit. But overall, just looks stellar. Like, as you said, Ryan, it has the Forza Horizon problem of just like, yeah, we can just keep saying the same things. This looks sick. I like that they have stamp cards, they got a journal, they have collectible mascots. The first thing when I saw this, I was like, where's the mascots? Where's the mascot for the races? Like, each one should probably have one, right? Sounds like they have them, because mascot culture is pretty big in Japan. So it just made sense, and they've got it. So I'm stoked. Stoked to just drive around and be a goofball.
Fixer?
Yeah, I really like the look of this as well. Again, I agree with you. Obviously, the success of these games have made it so hard to sort of, you look at it and go, yeah, it's more Forza Horizon, cool. The setting looks amazing. I love the idea of starting with a tourist and building your way up in that campaign, customizable garage, building like the whole open world estate. It looks really cool, and I think that's what I love about it the most, is starting fresh, building my way up, building my car collection. Yeah, I can't say enough. I agree with everything you guys have kind of said.
Yeah, and by the way, you already got a Forza in your home turf. So yeah, you just, I don't know, maybe that might, it's understandable if 4 might always be forever your favorite, but
you know what? I love all of my Forzas the same way. They're all my children.
Okay.
I love them all the same. Okay.
Yeah, you're gonna tell that to your Fable family as well.
Leave my Fable kids alone.
No, this, I mean, boy, yeah, like I said, it's just, I think my favorite thing about the Forza Horizon 6 presentation was just getting confirmation of what I'd already predicted on Unlocked previously, is that it is coming sooner rather than later. May 19th for this. So by the way, May, we now have Forza Horizon 6 and Lego Batman Legacy of the Dark Knight. So two completely different games that I'm very much looking forward to both of them. But
also,
I can't wait to drive around this map. You know, it's more gorgeous than ever. The Forza Tech engine just looking even better than ever. Like I literally can't say a bad word about what I saw from Forza Horizon 6. I mean, they even added more accessibility features, which this is a series. Playground is, to their great credit, has really been one of the leaders, I would say, within Xbox game studios of advancing more and more accessibility features. They said Tokyo is 5 times larger than any Forza Horizon city before it.
Wow.
The estate that you can just like build out into this mega huge compound. I mean, it's awesome, and I'm. You already know it's going to play well. So 550 cars, I wrote that down too. Like, man, it's just awesome. So was last thing, one word answer from each of you. Was this your favorite of the now 4 Xbox Developer Directs, Michael?
Oh, it's close. Maybe yes. The clear obscure. I think of the one clear obscure one is probably still my favorite, but I would say probably yes. 2-word answer.
Miranda?
Yes.
You didn't sound super confident, but I'm gonna take that. I'm gonna take that
Yes,
answer.
yeah.
Fixer, was this your favorite, or did one of the other ones jump out at you more?
Yes, because I got to podcast with all of you.
Oh, I love it. Honestly, this was my favorite because just Fable really just puts it over the top. And like I said, I was super pleasantly surprised by Beast of Reincarnation. I knew Forza Horizon 6 was going to be great. Yeah, I'm so glad Xbox has been doing these. They've made it a late January tradition. I imagine they'll keep doing it because this one was awesome. So that'll do it. The 4th Xbox Developer Direct is in the books. This was the 724th episode of Podcast Unlocked, IGN's weekly Xbox show. Though we do have a second episode coming your way this week on Saturday, are kind of out of the norm for us. We have a little weekend drop for you. We're gonna drop an episode where we talk all about the top 100 Xbox games of all time, the bottom 75 of the list, and then we're gonna do a follow-up podcast just about the top 25. So join us Saturday for a fun chat about games that span the entire history of Xbox, the top 100 ones we think are the very, very best ever in the history of Xbox. And I want to remind you before we go as well about Humble Bundle, our friends over at Humble. You can save the Starfall Islands and Sonic's latest adventure, or dive into the classic Tomb Raiding with the remastered Tomb Raider collection. To do that, head on over to Humble, because right now you can get Humble Choice for just $14.99 and score a curated bundle of PC games for this month, including Sonic Frontiers, Tomb Raider 4 through 6 Remastered, Hunt Showdown 1896, Etrian Odyssey 2 HD, Nice Day for Fishing, Metal Slug Tactics, Settlement Survival, and Wizard of Legend 2. This month's choice is available through February 3rd, so head on over to humblebundle.com and start playing today. That will wrap it up for this live episode of Podcast Unlocked. Thank you to MC Fixer for joining us as always. Always good to see you, my friend. Thank you to our producer, Tayo, to Miranda, to Michael. This episode of Unlocked was produced by Tayo Oyekin, technical productions by Marian Franzen and Amir Rakib. Technical direction and editing are by the aforementioned Tayo Oyekin. Graphic designs by Justin Vachon. Unlocked an IGN production and part of the Geek Media Network. Thank you, friends, and we'll see you back here real soon for more Xbox talk on Unlocked.